What is up, everybody? Welcome in night one of the NFL draft. It's finally upon us. This is the Barking Brown Show. I'm Jacob. That's Casey. Nick will be here at some point. I think he's just running a little bit late. He's getting some sick fucking gains at the gym. So we'll see him in just a little bit. Thank you all for joining us for the first of 3 very long live streams. Casey, how are you doing this evening?
Well, not as daunting for me as it is for you. I will not be here tomorrow. It's my wife's birthday, and she's cool. She ain't that cool. She ain't missed my birthday cool. So, yeah, man, I'm excited, dude. Like, I know we ain't got a pick. Fuck that, dude. It's the NFL draft, baby. This is for me. This is the beginning now, and I'm just rooting for chaos. That's it. I think that's what we're here for. Let's let 32 quarterbacks go in the first round. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, guys. If you want to interact with the show, oh, Mr. Late himself. There he is.
Sorry, I'm fresh out of the shower. I'm ready to go. I'm sorry,
guys. If you're on Twitter, thank you so much. If you want to support the show, we would love you guys to join us on the Twitch channel as well. If you want to sub to the show, you know, we're collecting subs so that Nick eats a bunch of hot chips tomorrow. So
yes,
if you want to interact with the show, we would appreciate it. If you want to gift a sub, buy a sub, tell a friend about a sub to the Twitch channel and help out what we're doing here, we greatly appreciate it. But let's get ourselves.
If we also, over the course of this draft, if we get 230 subs by the end of the draft, your boy's eating a tomato live on air as soon as that 30th sub comes in, man. Like,
he's definitely
for anybody new here.
Yeah,
for anybody new here that's joining us, Casey and tomatoes are oil and water, is putting it lightly.
It's actually a phobia. It's a documented phobia. I'm not scared of much, man. I'll do a lot of shit. I'm pretty reckless. Here, I'll tell you quick. The last time I ate a tomato, my oldest daughter, who's 16, was like 3 or 4. And was trying to get her to eat vegetables. And I understand, like, although I hate tomatoes, I'm not trying to imprint that on my kids. I understand there's nutritional value and whatnot. Right. So my wife had cherry tomatoes, which I'm being told by you sick fucks are like, those are good tomatoes, you know, cherry tomatoes. I don't.
They're sweeter, yeah.
So she goaded me. She was like, if you eat one, I'll eat one.
Okay.
So I nutted up. I ate a fucking cherry tomato.
It did not go well.
She didn't even eat that, dude. After she saw me eat it, she didn't eat it.
Oh no,
she didn't eat it. She left me hanging, and I was like, never again. I vowed never again. So you guys can make me break my vow. I'll eat a cherry. I'll eat whatever kind of tomato you guys deem I need to eat. Doesn't matter to me. They're all gross as shit.
I mean, I'm not gonna make you eat like a beefsteak one or you know, like the big ones.
It doesn't matter. There's no good ones.
There are good ones.
No, dude. They taste like bitter disappointment. That's what they taste like.
They're like kind of always my least favorite item of whatever I'm eating. So, like, I'll tolerate them, I guess.
And I almost sent him a couple of pictures today. I had a bacon Whopper, and of course a couple of big old slabs of
dude, that's a beautiful fucking sandwich. Why would you do that?
It's an amazing sandwich.
You masochist. Why? Do you hate your taste buds?
I love it.
I was always team Big Mac because I too did not like I just don't like if all my food's warm, I don't want like cold, wet tomato.
Well, then just take them off.
Like I remember one time
they leave a slimy residue. Like
then just order it.
Best case scenario is they're sliced when I find them, but sometimes them fuckers dice these things, and then it's over.
We've got to get this shit back on the rails because we are talking about tomatoes for like 5 minutes.
We don't have a first round pick. We're going to talk about some ridiculous shit tonight.
Well, listen, one time I ordered Chipotle online, and I love my bowls, right? Because in the vein of dicing the tomatoes, and I never would order tomatoes in my Chipotle bowl because what kind of mad person would do that? Well, they gave me just the whole. I didn't. What? No.
Chipotle doesn't have tomatoes.
Well, it's their salsa. They're mild.
Yeah,
they
you
weren't
ordered the
on
wrong
salsa.
salsa, fam. You
Yeah,
don't-
so they gave me the wrong salsa, and I wish I could tell you I ate that bowl. I did not.
I
It's
wish
just
I could
they're
tell you.
cold. It just what? Why is this nice warm bowl polluted with this cold garbage?
Our guy Jack is checking in.
What's up,
He's
Jack?
excited for the cast. He'll be with us tomorrow night in Casey's plays.
That's what they call an upgrade, folks.
Drew says wanted to look up Goggle Herbert's cap number. Opened my calculator. Apparently, Josh believes that Nick was thinking about Ben Sinnott in the shower.
And it's no. Well, I didn't have any. Normally, I do have a podcast on, so I am thinking about football in the shower. But today was no Ben Sinnott. I've seen him so like I saw our friend Jack Duffin posted like the Browns guardrails today.
I would love Harrison to go number one, and it'd just be absolute chaos, which they're not going to do because they've traded
chaos
Justin
grenade.
Yeah, they traded Justin Fields, so there's no way it's happening.
There's no.
But my God, would that be hilarious?
Yeah. But I saw Jack Duffin's guardrails guide, which maybe I can get up on the screen here at some point. But like, for example, he had like kind of like the guess rounds of like where guys would go, and like his guardrails had Sinnott in like the 4th round, and I was like, I don't know about that, man. There's a wide range of opinions on a lot of these guys.
Jeff Lloyd did his last on Locked On Browns, and he picked Sinnott at 54.
Oh, really?
I've seen first round buzz for Sinnott. I've seen simulators have him in the 5th. Like
the outcome, the variance of outcomes is wide.
I would say with wide receivers and tight ends and running backs, I think they're going to be all over the place. Like I think where the NFL evaluates and where these guys are going to go is going to be a lot different than what we think, just because of the classes. Like with running back, there's no first round player, and even if there was, the value of running backs has diminished significantly over the last 5 or so years. And I'd like to see one of you eat fried crickets.
I would gladly eat fried crickets before I ate a tomato.
Fried crickets.
Happily.
Also,
I could do that. Like, I'll eat fried crickets if we get 15 subs tonight. 15 subs, I'll eat fried crickets.
Wow, there it is. Also, I shared Jack's board just for funsies if you guys wanted to take a look at it, because I do think there's Jack's normally
my head a little bit because it's a lot.
It is a lot, and it's kind of hard to. I wish I could zoom in more. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we can't really on this. That's going to be the problem, is not being
okay.
Able to see
Right?
it.
Yeah, that's not nearly as good as I. Sorry.
Yeah, we can't actually read it in that scenario. I hate when that happens.
Okay, but so. Yeah, it's just there's too much. Jack is a madman and really good at what he does. There's just that. Yeah, I guess there's just if you're gonna
breaking news.
Whoa,
3-year, $96 million extension between the Eagles and wide receiver AJ Brown.
Oh wow,
Loki Draymond is dead now.
Devontae and AJ.
Yeah, they just paid AJ and Devontae. So now you're looking okay. So wide receivers off the board for them at 22. So they're going corner. like that's where I am with that one. It's like, oh, yep.
Well, that's
hopefully they don't get their man and they have to trade for someone.
Oh,
well, do they go up for a corner? Do they go up for Quinyon?
They're in talks to go up. They've been rumored today to be creeping near the top 10. There's also word that the Giants are trying to trade the Patriots to get May. There's a lot of smoke today. We'll see what's real and what's not.
I was kind of out of it today. I had to take the dog to the vet. He ends up being up there for a little while, and so I wasn't around. So this last hour or so, I've been trying to catch up, and there really is. There's a lot going on.
I did a
double. Yeah, Josh, Howie, come get zero, Howie.
I've heard rumors it's still on the table.
Okay, so looking at like what L'Jarius Sneed got the Chiefs in that trade. I just like what's like the minimum? What's the minimum you would take? Let's just throw a Greg Newsome hypothetical trade. What's the minimum you would take?
3rd rounder minimum. I want a second.
I think it has to be a second for me.
I don't think it has to be, man. There's going to be corners available in the 3rd round of this draft that I would happily swap because it resets your contract. But here's the only thing. Bottom line is, I don't think Greg's a bad corner. It's you can't pay your slot $15 million.
Right.
The best slot in the league gets 10. Like that's fact. That's what the market is now. To reset it and give that dude 15, it just throws everything out of whack. Unless you plan on moving on from Denzel. If that's the plan, then hold on to Newsome, make the contract. He never plays on that 15, pay him 12 to 13. The first year isn't hardly jack on the cap. And then by the time he starts getting paid, you've moved on from Denzel. Then you can make sense because you got to pay Martin.
Right.
Like it's a numbers game.
Denzel's just been too good, right? Yeah. I would much rather run the risk of Denzel missing a couple games due to injury, but be great.
Well, Nick, there's not a risk. That's a guarantee. He's going to miss 4 games. That's who he is.
There you go. But I would much rather have the great games of Denzel Ward than the medium games of Greg Newsome. I think.
Yeah. Well, there's no arguing that Denzel's Greg's not the corner Denzel is. There's no argument.
Excited to see Belichick's reaction to the Patriots.
That's good.
But the thing is, we also live in a world where Denzel's one bad head injury away from just being, you know what I mean? Like that's a real thing they have to think about.
That's true. Yeah.
Well, what if a corner falls into your? Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. What if another corner falls into your lap? And how do you feel about Cam Mitchell? You know, like
how you feel about Cam Mitchell? They're obviously in on Richardson from Mississippi State. My boy Renardo Green's gonna be chilling the end of the 2nd, beginning of the 3rd. You know, if you can reset that. Here's the thing: they're always like, "Well, you can't have too many good corners." Well, that's true, but you can't pay too many corners either.
Yeah, that's where
that's where you're at.
Yeah.
This was my find today for those that are curious.
Dude, that's sexy.
I got the whole Death of the Family series from the New 52 all put together in one. So it was a crossover event that went on in the Batman Detective, Batman and Robin, Batgirl, Suicide Squad, Nightwing, Red Hood and the Outlaws, Teen Titans, and Catwoman. There were issues of all of those. And so they took all of them, put them in this nice, beautiful.
That
was my find for today. That was a good find.
I have 3 of those that are in there, so I still have to find a few. Beatles. So I got it's the Batman Death of the Family right there, and then Nightwing, and I have the Suicide Squad one. So I have 3 of those. So I got to catch up.
I just know, so I play a lot of Magic the Gathering, and so I frequently am in card shops that are also comic book shops. Like that, those 2 things just
usually, they go hand in hand.
And I just know if I started collecting comics, I would never stop. So
I don't even consider myself a collector. I'm a reader because when you buy these graphic novels, that's like 4 or 5 single editions kind of pressed together.
In one,
So I don't buy the singles. I'm a reader, so I wait till they're bound. And but I do collect those. But they're not the same kind of value because the people that are real heads, they're getting the week to weeks. You know what I mean? The one that drop every month. Yep. They're in there. There's they're dedicated, fam. I don't have that kind. I'm lazy. I wait till they all get gathered up for me.
My
sorry, go ahead.
The card shop up the road from me. The owner there does like a reserve service. So like every week, people will get their new issues of comic books, and he like sets them aside for them. They just come in, scoop up their comic book like it's a library, and go. I mean, obviously they're buying them, but still, my point is, it's like there's people that are like, dedicated day of release, like we are getting the new issue.
Yep.
And I
don't have that in me.
Who's the first? When does the first defensive player come off the board tonight?
I think we're looking at 8, right? And then there's always a chance that Atlanta trades out of that because if they want Dallas Turner, who's to say they can't get Dallas Turner at 12?
Yeah.
So I think you're looking at least 7 straight offensive players.
Okay.
The record that would be the record. 8 would be the record. I think
the record.
7. I think 7 or 8's the latest first round defenders ever went.
Call your shot. How many quarterbacks tonight? I got 6.
I saw you said
Same.
that.
I got 6, but I think only 3 are real first rounders.
Well, I'm not saying I disagree with that, but you got to pay the quarterback tax, and sometimes the quarterback tax is just taking him in the first when you really don't want to, or trading extra assets that go up and do it that way. However, it is, but
I'll say 5. I think so. You obviously have the big 3, and then I think JJ McCarthy goes, and I think either the Raiders or Denver will get into that position where they just say, we need a quarterback and we're going to do it. So I'll say one of those 2 teams is desperate enough to just reach and do it.
Penix or Nix, who goes first?
Penix,
I think, is the better player.
I like Penix better,
but I don't know if he goes. I think
Sean Payton's a madman, dude. Like, what if the Denver trade? You know what I mean? Like, it depends on where how fast JJ goes. Because I look at Denver as JJ or Nix.
Okay.
But they don't have a ton of assets because they traded, for Peyton.
Yeah, for Russell. Yeah, and
They
Russell
don't have a second round pick.
That's what I'm saying. So they don't have. So I don't think they can move all the way up. But they're sitting at 12 now. I think if they stick and pick at 12, it's probably Nix, and I think Penix might not go to 13 unless the Raiders go up.
Yeah, and my thing comes with Denver, thinking about the fact that they don't have a second, like Zach Wilson, Jarrett Stidham, Ben DiNucci.
Just
keep those names in mind. That's who's on their roster at quarterback going into tonight. You
could just, like, if you're Denver, you could just let the bottom fall out, right? Like that's a strategy that you could just like. I don't feel like Las Vegas can do that. I think they just spent a ton of money in the middle of the defensive lineman from Miami, whose name I can't remember right now.
Christian Wilkins.
Yes.
They
just spent a bunch of money on Christian Wilkins. They've got older Devontae Adams. They just got Antonio Pierce off of this wave, this hype. Like, I feel like they need a quarterback, but like Sean Payton and Denver could kind of be like, hey, I'm Sean Payton, and just like convince people to buy in for like a year of tanking. I feel like they could. Yeah. But I don't think Las Vegas could. And like Minnesota's in this at this tremendous crossroads where it's like Justin Jefferson is not going to re-sign with you. I don't feel like he will if there's not a quarterback there. Like, he's not re-signing without Sam Darnold's the dude throwing the rock there. And like he probably shouldn't. So my point is like they too are like at this point where it's like you've got all these offensive skill position players. Like, you drafted Jordan Addison high, you got TJ Hawkinson, who, he's like 26, and so it's like, if you don't get a quarterback, you're gonna have to take the franchise in a different direction, right? And so it's like, I feel like Minnesota and Vegas are 2 teams that have to get a quarterback today, like regardless of if it makes that much sense. And maybe Denver's that team. I get Sean Payton's a madman, but Denver might be that team that could at least get people to buy into being bad for a year and getting. I don't even know who the 2025 quarterbacks are. I have no idea, but
Ohio University legend Nathan Rourke, who transferred to Indiana, is NFL mock draft database's #1 quarterback going into the summer.
Okay.
I don't even know where to begin with that. Rourke the dork. Is that what Randy was posting?
That's what he said.
Oh, man. Oh, do we have a team on the clock? Are we starting? It's 8:01. Is it time?
They're not on the clock yet.
Can I just say something real quick? I am pissed off that Cleveland got the draft during COVID because, man, I see Detroit right now, and there's just a gazillion people. I was downtown in Cleveland for the draft, and it was awesome, but it's like it could have been so much more. And it feels so very Cleveland that you get the draft and you just get shafted by the things going on in the world, and you don't get this like amazing epic event like is happening in Detroit right now. And good for them, by the way. Like, this, that looks amazing.
I think that there is a chance, because it's going to rotate around for a while, but I think it'll be back sooner rather than later, and I think it might be tied into Canton when they do it.
Interesting. I could live with that.
It'd be cool, man.
Yeah, that would be cool. And plus, like Cincinnati at some point has probably got to get it right. So like maybe they could like just split it and make everybody happy and plop it in Canton. I don't know.
If you guys are on Twitch, you want to support what we do here, you can subscribe to the channel for free if you've got Amazon Prime. You subscribe to the channel, get ad free as well as some cool custom emoticons, and we've got some awesome giveaways coming up during this draft process. And subscribers to the Twitch do get double the entries on those things.
Ooh.
I'll send nudes as well.
There it is.
Dude, that's what people want to do. I'm not gonna like knock.
You never turn them down.
Yeah, no, it's I heard a wild freaking. I was listening sometimes when I do long drives. I like to listen to like murder podcasts and
Jeez.
True crime podcasts. Yeah, and it's what is the dead cap on Russell Wilson? That is, I don't remember. Let me see.
I've decided.
80?
I think it's around that.
I think it's around 80.
85.
It makes my heart really happy to see the Broncos be bad.
It does. It does, but I can't dance on the grave of that because of the situation we're through our quarterback. If this season goes south, we could be
doing the exact same thing.
Record. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm not going to dance on their grave because of what they did with Russell Wilson.
At least,
but
you know what?
There's also a world where that doesn't happen, and then I can do that later.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's play worst case scenario for a second. Worst case scenario. Okay. The bottom completely falls out with the Browns. The season goes terribly, and everybody knows that the Browns need an answer at quarterback. Mm-hmm. You at least have your first round pick. You have your full slate. So like if you got to be aggressive and say, hey, like if you're next year's picks. Right. If you're next year's Minnesota Vikings, right, to where you say we've got all this offensive talent and we need somebody to throw the damn ball, like you at least have that option. Right. Whereas like if before
the difference is, man, the bottom. So what's the bottom falling out for us? 8 wins.
I'd say like 6.
That's. I don't know. With this roster, if you just are as unhealthy as you were last year, I think it's 8. Like I think Jameis Winston with this roster is going to get you double-digit wins, man.
All right. Hey,
we're not in the same position as those other teams because of the level of talent, because of the floor of this team is higher. Just because you still last year, we were rotating quarterbacks every other week and still racked up 11. You know what I mean? And everybody wants to act like, well, Joe Flacco pulled you to the playoffs. He didn't take over as Sisters of the Poor team. They were a playoff team when he stepped in. He just maintained.
True. Yeah, I guess over. To the Browns' credit, it's just like such a weird – like I was listening to Cleveland Browns Daily today for a little bit, and they were talking about that, how like, for basically decades, it was like you needed 3rd and 4th round picks to come in here and be starters and like contribute and like be meaningfully good, right? And that's just like not at all the case now. And it's so different than it used to be that I'm just like still not mentally like I haven't made that connection.
Yeah, you're not alone. I think most people are because when they look at this draft, they're like, you need to accumulate more picks. You need more players. It's like they're at a point now. And I thought this last year too, and I was wrong. But like, so you have 6 picks, maybe not all 6 make the roster.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like that is among the outcomes,
Right.
What is
last
this
year? I thought that too, and they still every draft pick made it and 2 UDFAs.
What is this weird Roger Goodell prepping himself up?
I don't know. I'm watching McAfee. And he's in a Canadian tuxedo. Roger had back surgery a couple weeks ago.
Oh wow!
So I don't know if guys are going to be bear hugging him.
Oh, that feels ill-advised. Oh, I just got ESPN on.
I've got NFL Network. Not that with it
Washington
muted,
Redskins.
it's not that
Yeah,
it's
me too.
it's muted,
Yeah.
so it's not like it's going to be anything different than any of the other ones. It's is what it is. I'm just interested. Oh, there's Eminem, of course.
Yeah.
I'm just very interested. I just want to
That's
see.
crazy.
I just want to see if these quarterbacks, if there's a move in the top three. I just don't think there is. I think those
Right.
3 teams stay pat and take quarterbacks.
This is my philosophy on roster building. It makes sense, obviously, for Chicago. Obviously, I think Chicago's suited.
Yeah.
They need a quarterback. They got rid of their old quarterback. They need that.
Right.
Washington, they're a poorly run franchise who's trying to find their way. They got a new owner. When you get a new owner, you get new coaches. You're resetting it. It's bring a quarterback in, it helps. It's like a fresh reset.
Mm-hmm.
The Patriots are still trying to hold on to this tradition of like yesterday. I don't feel like I don't feel in any way that the Patriots are a quarterback away.
Nope.
I feel whatever quarterback they draft, they're doing a disservice to that quarterback because they're not going to be ready. He's going to be terrible for longer than he should be if he were to step in to a team that was ready for a quarterback. If I'm the Patriots, and unless I have a A+ grade on whoever falls to 3, whether it's May or Daniels, I trade back, man. Get picks. I don't. It's this whole scenario where like, well, they have to walk away from this draft with a quarterback. The fuck they do. They ain't ready.
No, they're not.
They need help, dude.
And
Who's he gonna fucking throw to? Kendrick Bourne?
Juju Smith-Schuster.
He is there.
Thanks for proving my point. Who's he gonna throw to? Ain't nobody there.
Well, and that's what I think. Like,
Ayuk or something.
right.
Oh, Jared Goff. Okay.
Like when you compare Washington and New England, right? It's like Washington at least is in a division where it's like, what are the Giants? What will they be? I don't know. And like the Eagles, at least for all the talent and all the things that they've done, they really fell apart at the end, right? So like Washington, you're like, we've at least got Terry McLaurin and Jahan Dotson and guys that like are interesting and could help our quarterback, right? But it's like the Patriots, you're looking up at it and you're like, well, we know the Dolphins and Bills are going to be good, and the Jets should be good, right? It just, that division is, they are not. The Patriots' tradition is going to be tested quite a bit.
When are we going to get our first trade up?
I think it's going to be Minnesota. I don't think they're going to risk it at all. I think they're just going to get their quarterback.
Yeah. I think that was the idea. Obviously, when you get that second pick from Houston, you have 2 first-round picks, more ammo. You give yourself the flexibility to move up, but it might not just be that easy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's also a world where they just walk away from the first round with 2 good players, which is not a bad position for them to be in. But Sam Darnold, we all know he's not the answer. So they got to figure that out somehow.
It's really cool that Detroit's hosting the draft.
Yeah.
Coming off such a good season. Like they've got all these guys up there. Like good on them.
Yeah, good mojo, you know what I mean?
Right.
Look at Megatron.
Oh man.
Barry.
Yeah, Barry Sanders.
Barry and Megatron's who I just saw walk up. Now Roger's back up. Eminem always looks displeased wherever he's at.
Right.
Looks like he's over it, wherever it is.
Is that resting bitch face, they say?
I think you're a little ahead of me.
How's that? I'm watching like on ESPN Plus.
I'm on Hulu. Like that's what I watch.
Yeah, okay.
ESPN.
Fair.
Yeah.
You have cable?
I have a cable login.
Okay. So your internet as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all all in here.
If I was at my parents', I'd be plugged in. But
I hate how like last year, especially like they were like people putting things on Twitter like before they were announced. I was like, that is fucking. I hate that.
It's been a thing.
Well, Schrager gave a PSA today. He was like, just watch the draft. He's like, put your phone away. Don't log on to Twitter. Which is going to be impossible because I'm going to be tweeting all damn night. But like, just enjoy it. Don't get the spoilers ahead of time. My favorite was 2 years ago when Ben Solak spoiled a pick for the Lions, but spelled it loins in the tweet. That was gold. Gold.
Hey man, we're officially underway, my friends. The NFL draft round 1. We're underway. Buckle in and ride this journey with us for the next 3-ish hours.
If I was a good content creator, I would have went and documented our picks when we went 1 through 54, just to have a comparison to where we land.
Yeah.
We can. I mean, it can still be done, right?
I think it's still, yeah. We could still do it.
Sure. I don't know what Bryce Young is going to become, but man, that is a franchise changing trade for Chicago. Like, just good for them, man. I'm excited. I've become an NFL head. I just like the I used to be so Brown centric, and obviously like that's my blood, but like I just enjoy seeing how all these franchises operate. It's really fascinating to think about. Yeah,
I only reserve like hate for a few.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Some of them, it's like, I like when I was looking the other day and the stat came up, Chicago's never had a 4,000-yard passer.
Pink nails was a long shot for Caleb Williams. He's got pink nails.
Does he? No. Good for him, man.
I saw the betting odds.
Well, and I don't think they've ever had a 30 touchdown thrower either.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think they've ever had 30 touchdowns in a year.
And I'm not talking down. We've only had one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Brian Sipe is the only guy that's ever done it for us. So
yeah, I'm not.
Like
Jay Cutler was so fun for a little while. Like that dude just did not care at all and would just throw those football like just like Brett Favre, but if he cared even less. I used to love watching him.
So yeah, no, Jay Cutler, like Cutler never saw a wide receiver or a throw he didn't think he couldn't make. Like he's like, I can get it there.
Right.
Yeah. Jeff George was very similar. They were like kind of the same guy. So Brandon Marshall was on a podcast and they asked him a question. They said, who is the best and worst quarterbacks you've ever played with?
Oh boy.
Brandon Marshall played with quite a few. He's on 7 different teams before it was all said and done. He's played with a lot of dudes. He said Ryan Fitzpatrick was the best. He said Jay Cutler was the worst because Jay Cutler only got to half of his potential.
I believe that.
Are you sure? I'm looking at his nails right now, and they don't look like they have anything on them.
I swear they look pink. I thought they was pretty clearly pink.
I don't know.
I suppose we'll see here in a second. Like, are we going to do this thing? Okay. So, like, here's the other thing. Like, Chicago.
Yeah, we're going to do this thing.
Know who you're picking. Come on.
We know who you're picking. Yeah. We just need to know who Washington's picking. We don't know who Washington's picking.
That's true.
Like,
I like Cliff Kingsbury being there, man. Like that makes a ton of sense to me. I think that Washington could be like a little bit fun next year.
And sneaky.
Yeah. I mean, not like great or anything, but like they'll probably play some competent offense. I expect that from Cliff Kingsbury's offense.
We play them in Washington, I believe.
Oh, that's
probably.
I think because we played them week 2 at home in 2020. So we play Washington and Philly on the road, and we play Dallas and New York at home.
That might be a good game to go to.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, this is
that's what we got to figure out. We definitely all got to go to a game next year. And you savages in the chat, we want you there as well. We need to make it, blow this thing up.
I would like that. Okay. Let's see. Is there any? Okay. So I see Caleb again. Let me see his hands. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I don't know. But there was substantial betting odds on what color his nails would be tonight. So I was really interested as a degenerate myself.
You guys got any action on this on the props?
No. I was in a comic book shop today, and the guy working in the comic book shop struck up this conversation with this one dude that was looking at comic books. He was in a Matthew Judon jersey, and essentially, this worker was like begging this dude to help to tell him what to place his money on. He was like, JJ McCarthy doesn't go in the first round. It's plus 3,000. I'm like, don't take that. You know, it's like, no. He'll go in the first round. Like maybe he doesn't go top 10, but like somebody's going to take JJ McCarthy in the first round. It's going to happen. Whether you agree with it or not, it's going to happen. But this guy was like, what about this bet and this bet and this bet? It was just a crazy conversation. Just kept going. He was just like, well, I could bet on this. And he was like, what about that Tennessee quarterback? Like he's going to go in the first round. I'm like, did you just ask somebody if Joe Milton's going to go in? Like, I don't even know that Joe Milton gets drafted.
He could be a tight end.
Right.
Oh, the pick is in.
Oh, here we go. Okay. My heart races a little bit. I love the draft. Because teams can't lie anymore. No more smoke. Just tell it. Lay your cards on the table.
It's got to be Caleb.
I assume.
And once it's Caleb, I'm gonna run downstairs and grab me a sandwich. I'm a little hungry.
There you go.
Okay. After it's Caleb, I'm gonna give you my take on Caleb.
It's like the thing that drives me crazy about it on the first round, especially is that they're gonna be they give you the pick is in, and then you just sit,
hurry up and wait.
Yeah, and you stew on it, and you're like, shit.
Okay, so they're all high-fiving, doing the thing in the war room.
Check in. I'm not on no war room.
Okay, no spoilers here.
I'm on the PMS Draft Spectacular with McAfee just standing up in a Canadian tuxedo.
What is a Canadian tuxedo?
All denim. Denim pants, denim shirt, denim jacket over the denim shirt.
Amazing.
Yeah. I assume sleeveless.
No, my man's got sleeves on. He's not disrespecting Belichick like that. He's got Bill sitting right beside him.
Okay, I got Roger Goodell at the podium.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
Caleb Williams selected by the Bears.
Yep. There it is.
1 for 1, guys. We're 1 for 1.
1 for 1. I'll be right back, boys.
We're batting 1,000 right now. All right.
Okay.
I'm going to give you my take on Caleb.
I'm ready.
If he reaches his full potential, he could be a all-pro MVP conversation type quarterback. But I can't act like the floor doesn't exist where he's a bust. First off, he's an outlier. Kid's 6 foot tall.
Mm-hmm.
As someone who's 6 foot tall and been around some real athletes, like it's not big, man. Like they're for that position, especially standing behind giants and having other giants chase you down. When everybody talks about what he's great at, it's like, man, the off schedule stuff. You know, he's a magician when the play breaks down. That's great. That can't be your fucking plan. That'll get you killed. Being an undersized guy and trying to just scramble around.
Yeah.
We saw Johnny, right? Like if that's your plan, don't be surprised when your plan goes to shit.
Right.
So you have to be able to win on schedule, win from within the pocket first. Now, it's good to have the intangibles so when things do break down, because inevitably they will from time to time. But your offensive coordinator isn't planning on shit breaking down. That is not the plan. The plan is for you to get the ball to your hands, get in your playmakers. And I watched enough Caleb's tape to know that he will pass up easy shit to take a shot at harder stuff. He can make those throws too. Like he can make high degree difficulty throws. The league's different. I would advise getting the ball to your hands and getting it to your play, taking the easy stuff, at least at first, and maybe that opens up the hard stuff. So there is, you know, like I said, man, if he reaches full potential, there's definitely a world where this kid could grab the league by the balls. But if he doesn't take to coaching at the NFL level, man, there is a world where it goes poorly. I'll just say that. So it's there because everybody kept using the word generational. I don't see that. I don't see like a no-brainer type generational. Does he have generational ceiling? Yeah, potentially. But as far as like sure thing, I don't see the layup that everyone else does.
They hired a really nice shirt, Jacob. They hired a really well thought of offensive coordinator, did they not? Was it Shane Waldron?
Yes.
Okay. So that
Yes.
makes a ton of sense to me. And I love them trading for Keenan Allen. I don't really care that he's older.
Look,
like that.
there's a couple silver nails.
A couple silver nails. Okay. But I just think they've set between Allen and DJ Moore and DeAndre Swift and they've got another pick in the first round. They have him well. They're doing everything for Caleb Williams that they didn't do for Justin Fields. And so that's a credit to them.
I like Caleb Williams.
Yeah, if I'm Justin Fields, I'm pissed, right? You see the stuff that they've done, and you're like, motherfucker, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jack, if you were gone, so I'll summarize what I said real quick.
Okay.
Caleb obviously has a very high ceiling, but I do believe there is an outcome where he ends up being a bust. That exists to me. I don't see everybody just had him as a no-brainer generational. His floor is lower than people want to admit because of his tendencies.
Yeah, I wouldn't call him blue chip generational, but I do think he's comfortably above everyone else.
Yeah. No, he has the highest ceiling of all the guys. I don't think that's in question.
All right. Is it going to be Jaden Daniels? Are they going to go with the Cliff Kingsbury quarterback, or are they not going to take a quarterback? They already trade Sam Howell, so they have to. They're going.
And like they got a new owner, a new coach. Like they're doing a complete reset.
Right.
And that's the time you bring in your franchise guy, put him on all the posters, roll out, try to get people to get. Because look, man, they were a franchise who lost their fan base, dude. They're the people who were fans of the Redskins who became the commies. You know what I mean? Like they were so fed up with Snyder, they were done. So the fact that they got now they've been sold. Josh Harris buys them, huh?
Everybody's happy about it again.
Yeah. So you want them to get happy about the franchise. You give them a whole new thing, whole new rollout. So I think that they kind of have to.
There's like no way. Like this is Dan Quinn's last shot at being a head coach, right? There's no way he signs on there without some plan of a quarterback. I don't see him doing that, right? Like he had a great scenario in Dallas. The defense is good. That they'll be winning a bunch of games next year. I just don't see him committing to go there without. Is it time? Pick is in.
Pick is in.
They could be fun. I think they could be fun.
I'm just waiting for the first grenade, and I think it comes at 4. I don't think anything's going to shock you until 4.
Okay.
I think there's a chance at 3.
I think there's a chance, but I don't think it would. If I'm predicting what I think actually plays out, I don't think they do anything crazy until 4. And even then, if I'm Arizona, I'm just taking Marvin Harrison. Like don't overthink it. Don't overthink it.
I know people are, because there are several people are coming out now saying that a lot of teams have Neighbors over Harrison.
Well, if that's the case, then take Neighbors, but don't trade back and overthink it.
Right. Like
whoever is your wide receiver 1, just get him. Just get him at 4.
But what if it's the Giants and the Giants are at 6? You're only trading back 2 places. You pick up assets. You could still get one of your 2 top receivers at 6.
One of.
Yeah.
Am I mad if I'm walking away with Rome Odunze? Am I mad about that?
I'd rather have Marvin Harrison, though, man. Like you've got to.
Yeah, me too. No, I'm not saying I wouldn't, but
here he comes.
It's all the boards.
I'll put him on here.
There we go. 2 for 2, baby. 2 for 2.
I'm waiting for it.
There it is, Jaden.
2 for 2.
Hey, I'm telling you, as soon as Cliff Kingsbury,
Let me sing your praises.
yeah.
So the second the news came in, Jacob was like, "They're going Daniels." Like the
That
second,
makes too much sense.
and I'm of like mine. Like everything he said resonated. I'm like, yeah, that all makes sense. But Jacob was 100% the first person, not just of us. I mean, of anyone I knew that I saw. As soon as that news dropped, that was the first thought Jacob Roach had.
Yeah,
makes
it's
sense.
usually how I am too, though. It's like any kind of news like that, I'm automatically like, how does this affect the draft? And I'm like that's
Nailed it.
immediately where my head goes. And I'm like, hey man, it's Jaden Daniels. Like, I think Drake May's better. I will stand on that until I'll stand on that hill. But if you're going to bring in an offensive coordinator that runs a specified offense just like Cliff Kingsbury does. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I got some bagel bites. We got some juice. Let's
Love this for you.
Let's lock in. All right.
Now the draft begins.
Yeah, now it does.
I don't think I would take. I don't think I would take a quarterback if I was in New England. I think it's just your.
They might, but
Bill. Okay, for all the good Bill did, that roster is just. I mean, how many? Okay, over under. How many rosters are worse than the Patriots? I'll set the over under at 4.
that was where exactly where my brain was. Yeah, no, it's bottom of the barrel, right? Like,
right.
And what's weird is because it was a dual thing for Bill, and people act like the game passed Bill by. Their defense was still really good, man. Like, he's still a good coach. Terrible GM. His ability it was being masked by so many things.
Yep.
That once that fell apart,
The greatest quarterback of all time.
Yeah.
Well, that'll help, right? Like that helps. But there were other things, you had continuity in your coaching staff. You just had a system where they called it the Patriot way, and all these things. But at the end of the day, man, like the talent you were bringing in wasn't sufficient. And the way they did their board was different, and it worked for a while where they, when you pull a Richard Seymour and a Vince Wilfork, and they had several hits. You can't deny they could draft corner. They were similar to how the Browns are now. They could identify corners, and they didn't have to pay them because when it was time to pay them, you just get a new corner, and they kept that going for as long as they could. And when it fell apart, man, and there's only so much coaching you can do if you don't have the Jimmies and Joes, the X's and O's take a back seat.
Mm-hmm.
My thing with Daniels, man,
Crash
you got to stop playing WWE out there.
I'm saying, dude, I'm watching him get lit up right now.
You know how it is. You're 21. You think you're invincible, man.
He's not, though. He's like 23. He's been in college. He's played like 5 years in college. He's not. That's the thing, is like he still hasn't learned. And that
he was in the same recruiting class as Trevor Lawrence, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Think about that. That's insane, right?
Yeah, Jaden Daniels is 23. He'll turn 24 in December.
Yeah. Which matters less for quarterbacks to me than it does
the pick's in.
Skill positions.
It's not been traded.
Yeah,
Casey, you are about 5 to 10 seconds ahead of us. Just keep that in mind.
You're even ahead of me. I'm definitely the last.
I just wanted to say that because you said 2 for 2, and I hadn't heard the pick yet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just telling you so that we can be on the same page.
Hey, I can't help it, man. Get on my level.
Pretty sure. Okay, so the Cavs are getting their ass kicked. So I guess they chose a good night to be not the top priority.
Yeah. The day that I want them to be, that they're on national TV, I don't care. I'm not mad like I was the other day.
They're showing the Patriots major additions this offseason, and 3 of the 6 are ex-Cleveland Browns. Mm-hmm. Brissett, Hooper, and Talkie.
That makes sense, right? Because they've got Van Pelt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you would have thought Van Pelt would be like, do not bring Austin Hooper.
Well, that's oh man, Mr. Catch and fall down.
Yeah, but he'll be where he's supposed to be. He just isn't going past that.
Sure,
that's true.
Yeah,
if he runs a 7-yard route, he's at 7 yards. No wide receiver had 600 yards in 2023 for the. Yeah, that's a bad roster.
It's just not. They're just. I think if I was New England, I would trade. I would just trade down. I would collect assets. I would build a roster because, I mean, they're showing Drake May. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I mean, if they're staying picked, that's who it is. I can't. I would be just.
I can't imagine it's anybody
I would
else.
just be floored. Well, I mean, it could be Marvin Harrison, but you know,
You're gonna have Jacoby Brissett throwing to Marvin Harrison. I mean, no offense to Jacoby Brissett. I'm just saying.
All right, here it comes. Let's see.
Yeah. You're ahead of. I'm behind both of you. So give me a hot minute.
So yeah, you got to be the one that reacts. Until then, I got to be stoked because I know who it is. I've actually known for about 30 seconds. I'm just.
Have you really?
You'll know because I get quiet. You'll know just because I'll get quiet. Like,
oh, it is okay.
Talk
okay.
the rest
So there
of the
it
time.
is. It is Drake May.
It's Drake May. That's the right call.
T's and P's to his career.
I guess.
He's got Blake Bortles' son.
Yeah, but I don't hate it because of Brissett. Because he doesn't have to play this year. Drake May doesn't have to play this year.
Yeah,
no,
like,
he doesn't have to.
Could you do like a Packers?
But we don't know
thing?
what kind of pressures they're under to get the guy on the field behind the scenes and those factors. If it's straight up just up to the coach and Van Pelt, hopefully, you get at least 6-7 games in before he sees any action.
Mm-hmm.
And I like his skill set with in Van Pelt's offense.
Like Hunter Henry's their best receiver. Is that a hot take? No. Wait. No, there's
He's not there
one.
anymore, is he?
I don't.
Didn't Hunter Henry go somewhere else, or did they resign him?
There's a New England receiver who's pretty good. I can't remember his name right now. The fantasy
Juju
player.
Smith-Schuster?
No, it's not Juju.
Kendrick Bourne.
I don't know.
I'm looking because I'll know his name as soon as I see it.
And Drake May
Tomorrow Douglas.
Who?
That's a deep cut.
Last year.
It's a deep cut.
Well, I'm a fantasy head, man. Like that's just hey.
Yeah, no. But like, if you gun to my head right now, would you rather have him or David Bell? You got to think about it.
Yeah,
you're talking about your fourth or fifth receiver. Could be their one.
Okay, so as a rookie, Demario Douglas had 49 receptions, 561 yards, 0 touchdowns. Well, okay. I mean, 561 yards, that's a high bar in New England, man.
Okay, look up Greg Little's rookie stats.
Oh, I don't want to.
I don't know that I want to know.
They're more than that, I think.
Well, now I'm curious.
Browns was going through some Browns drafts today, like the bad ones, and it
that's such a wide swath right there.
Oh God!
Yeah, he said the bad ones, and I'm like, you're gonna have to be more specific than that.
Well, let's just name like 2 decades and call it good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see.
Greg Little's rookie season: 61 catches, 709 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Greg. All right. Hey, well, so the Patriots got a quarterback, and so now that I don't know, man, that's a tough. They're in a tough.
I love Drake May though. I think he got overthought bigger than shit. Like
he'll be able to execute what Van Pelt wants.
Oh yeah.
The question is, can you kind of tame him down from being so volatile, going for deep shots when I don't know if you necessarily have the talent to around you to making those deep shots
too.
Demario Douglas,
I
Hall
guess.
of Famer.
Yeah, Demario
I don't know. You ain't got it, but
but
you can get a burner.
Machine.
Shit, if I'm the Patriots now, I try to pin him to Devontae. Bring him in with Walker. That's a field stretcher.
Yeah. He does a thing very well.
That's it.
Oh.
That's
yeah.
What? Hey, he will.
Yeah, I want to agree with Jacob. If I am Cardinals, man, and because you already have your pieces, you have your quarterback in place in
Right.
theory. Take Marvin, just take it.
Oh, yeah.
Just do
Yeah,
the
just
thing
do
and
it.
take Marvin Harrison, and then you pair him with
Trey McBride.
Oof.
McBride, and
Quarterbacks
then
drafted 1,
Michael
2,
Wilson
3.
on the outside. Greg Dortch in the slot. You have that's formidable, man.
Yeah.
They're showing quarterbacks that have been drafted 1, 2, 3 in the common era. And of course, we had it with the Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance. But the one before that was 1999, Tim Couch, Donovan McNabb, and Achilles Smith.
Achilles Smith. Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
That's a
How
rough
pumped
one.
I was, dude. I was so pumped.
If
we got our team back.
My dad
And
had
for
his
better or for
jersey.
worse,
I've
Couch
never
was the
known my
guy I
dad to
wanted.
own a jersey in his life. My dad's like never, but he had a Tim Couch jersey.
I had a white Tim Couch jersey.
I think he still does. I think my dad still does.
I wish I had all my jerseys, man. I had some
selfies.
bust, buddy. I got a beautiful orange Courtney Brown. It's beautiful. But I don't know. I was swinging and missing.
Uh-oh, here he comes. Here comes the commish. Are they going to overthink it?
Keep in mind, I'm behind you.
Trust me. Like I said, you'll know when the pick gets on mine because I'll be quiet. I won't keep talking.
I see him walking up now.
Otherwise, I don't shut the fuck up.
I hope it's Marvin. That would be fun. And I have, as a staunch Kyler Murray. There it is. Okay.
Thank you.
It just makes too much sense.
Casey, are we 4 for 4? Did we take Marvin?
Well, no. Oh yeah, we did, but we also had we had May going 3rd overall, but we had it to the Vikings. Remember, Quezzy called me, but it's still 3rd overall. So is it wrong?
Oh, Jacob,
I had a question.
I had a question about your mock drafts because I saw you put it out there today, and I looked at it, and you had Brock Bowers to the Vikings, and I just on a team that already has T.J. Hawkinson, I don't understand that one.
Because I think Brock Bowers is like the 5th best player in the entire draft. And in that scenario, I just didn't want to give them one of the quarterbacks.
Okay.
Well, so Trevor Sycamore was on Dan Patrick or something today, and they asked him a question about Bowers, and he was like, well, if you look at it this way, say you don't even classify him as a tight end. If Brock Bowers was a wide receiver, where would he go in the pecking order of wide receivers? And they were like 3rd or 4th.
3rd or 4th. After Marvin and probably Neighbors.
Yeah, and the argument was him or Adunze, and even if you put him at 4th, you know what I mean? You're still getting the fourth best pass catcher. Plus, he can block. So his value should be higher than it's being viewed in this draft because this was someone before the season. It was like we couldn't wait for this kid to be draft eligible. Yeah, and it's fatigue.
And then because he's a tight end, you don't want to do it, right? And in this scenario, what did I do? Nick? I doubled down on I took Bo Nix with the Vikings 23rd pick.
Yeah.
Well, Nick, you posted this about. I thought you posted this. How many tight ends, first round tight ends, are no longer with their team or didn't work out past their first contract, except for the Browns. The Browns are the only team to sign a first round drafted tight end since Njoku was drafted. No teams were, so it doesn't work out traditionally for first round tight ends where the team that drafts them actually benefits. And the Browns had to hold on to Njoku for a year or two longer than some teams might have to get the fruits of David Njoku.
They just couldn't quit his ceiling, man. And I'm glad they didn't.
Yeah, we're benefiting from it now. But after his 3rd season, you didn't know which way it was going to go. Obviously, they had a better idea behind the scenes, but with tight ends, it's volatile, man.
Situation.
I'll never forget. People were so down on paying David Njoku the day.
Dude, I took so much. Did you see? You guys should go back, and Casey knows this. You should see the comment section on Dog Pound Daily when I posted a pro Njoku article. I got fucking killed.
I believe it.
Just killed. They just slaughtered me.
You know me, and so anybody who knows me knows that if there's hype to have, I'm in, right? And I didn't even post a celebratory David Njoku sign extension. tweet because it was that type of.
It was heat. Yeah,
It was
It was
controversial.
bad. It was so
very controversial.
Because it was also that was also time it was up in the air and people had already made their minds up. You know what I mean? It's like the kid was the youngest kid in the draft when he came out.
He was
played
20.
his entire rookie season at the age of he's 27 now and he's going to do his 8th season.
Can you believe
I'll
that?
tell you
Can
what.
you believe he's fucking still 27?
That's unbelievable.
He might be 28 by now. I know the last time I looked, he was still 27, but he's going into his 8th season.
No,
You
listen,
know, there's kids in the draft right now that are 25.
I will
Okay.
maintain to this day that Sashi Brown got a raw deal. That
He'll be 28 in July.
that draft he had, and just so you take Myles Garrett, I get it. Okay, fine.
Mhm.
Then you get David Njoku. Then you get
No,
Then
I
you
think
get
they got
Jabril
Peppers
Peppers.
first.
Was
They
it
got
Peppers
Peppers
first?
Yeah.
Okay, so your first round is 3 hits, right? All guys that are still playing at a high level in the NFL. Like even Jabril is pretty good. And then
He
your
just
next
resigned in New England, didn't he? They kept him around.
Yeah,
I think
he's
so.
one of their pieces. Yeah.
I don't remember Larry Ogunjobi was a 3rd round pick, right?
He was.
Yeah.
Okay, so he was in that same draft. I don't remember who their 2nd round pick in that class was, or maybe they lost it because they traded up for Jabril.
They did. They traded up to get Njoku and they
Or-
lost it.
I'm dumb.
Their second was part of that.
Yeah, I don't know why I flip-flop. Well, okay, but so my point is that is 4 straight guys that you just like hit. That's an
Yeah.
amazing
8
draft.
years later, they're all still starters.
Right. Sashi
Yeah.
Brown got a raw deal, man. I don't care what anybody says. That dude knew
Yeah.
what he was doing, and he wasn't perfect. I get that, but he could draft.
It's like the darkest before the dawn situation too, because like that's the time I had the least faith in Haslam because Haslam knew the plan. The plan was being executed. You were racking up cap money and like draft picks at a historical rate. The war chest is what they kept
Yeah.
referring to it as. That
He
was
did an
handed to
NBA
John
trade.
Dorsey because like they knew the plan. The plan was going just as the plan was supposed to go, but the heat from the plan because of how much losing was associated to get all that shit, it became all this heat, and Haslam couldn't take it, so he had to find a scapegoat. When all you had to say is this was the plan.
Right.
I'm sorry, I'm charging you money for tickets right now, but the plan is to lose hard as shit right now so that we can win long term. It's rough.
Sashi walked so that Andrew Berry could run.
I want Sashi back. Like he works for Baltimore, right?
Yeah, he's a businessman, and I would argue do you remember who the football guy was in the room of that
Elliot
draft
Wolf,
class?
right?
Andrew
No.
Berry.
Andrew Berry. Andrew Berry was the Browns football guy at that time.
Really?
Yeah,
He was the vice president of operations.
Because you had Sashi Brown, and he was a businessman, and he did a hell of a job.
Right.
And then that's when they also brought in Depot, and they hired a young man from the Colts, a very well-respected front office man
under
from
Bill
the
Polian.
Colts, one Andrew Berry,
Mm.
who everybody touted as the football guy in the room with those other 2 guys. So I'm not sure Sashi Brown was really that great of a drafter. He was great at acquiring assets
Hell yeah.
to be used, and Andrew Berry helped him use them.
And the contractual side. So if you would have just hold on to him and then you bring Dorsey in as your head scout, I think that you're killing it then, because Dorsey can't do contracts, but he can evaluate talent like a motherfucker.
Agreed.
Yeah, he just can't fill out roster because he loves to. He just loved churning the bottom of the roster in such a way where it was just so bad. It was just.
Let me just whoever was responsible for those first 4 picks, I want that person. I want that influence in my front office.
Call it, boys, right now. Who we got? Chargers. Who you got? I got.
Is the pick in already on yours? Because for me, it still says on the clock, even though I'm ahead of you guys. But I'm watching.
No, it says pick is in.
Yeah, it says the pick is in. All right, I'm gonna say, I don't think they get cute with it. I just say they take Malik Neighbors.
I'm gonna say Joe Alt.
I'll say.
Well, I called Joe Alt on our draft. We're 5 for 5. I'm seeing a lot of smoke for J.C. Latham. I'll say that Daniel Jeremiah put him there, and his mock and Daniel Jeremiah is their caller analyst for the preseason game, so he's pretty connected to that.
It makes sense because if they're taking a tackle, it's a right tackle. So I've never, and I told you this, Casey, we've had this conversation. I'm not crazy about putting Joe Alt at right tackle because I think he's a franchise left tackle.
Mm-hmm.
But he's the best tackle.
He's the best. He might be the best player in this draft, man.
I think Marvin Harrison's the best player in this draft, but
Oh, might be. He's in the conversation.
Could they just take Brock Bowers like that? That I would love that. I would love it so
you
much.
know what? When they first hired Harbaugh, that's who I was mocking. Man.
Like, if you're building the Ravens, you need your Mark Andrews, right? And like, I'm not saying Bowers and Andrews are the same player, but I'm, obviously, like
Bowers
just that.
a better receiver than Mark Andrews is. He's a better athlete, I think.
I on my champion. Not that anyone cares. On my champion dynasty team, I have Murray and Herbert, and Murray just got a huge upgrade. I want Herbert. I'm biased. I admit it. I'm not ready. He's walking up to the podium, Casey. He's walking up.
I know it is.
Yeah, I know you do. I'm
holding, man.
I know.
Hold the line.
Thank you.
Hold the line.
All right, come on, Raj. Come on, Raj. Let's get rolling here. Okay, there it is. Joel.
5 for 5, baby. If you would have been on this live stream last Friday night, you would have already known that these were the first 5 picks. Now, granted, the team that made the pick at 3 was different in our mock. Doesn't matter.
The board's the board. But also, if you would have missed that show and you were just hanging around the Lineman Lounge on Saturday, I had the pleasure of picking for the Chargers, and who'd I pick?
It was Joe Alt, yeah.
Joe fucking Alt. Let's
go. Protect Herbert, right? That's the franchise right there. I get it. It makes sense.
$262 million invested, man. Like, you pay your quarterback to raise the floor of the wide receivers too. So protect him. He didn't finish. He finished last year on the IRs.
Yeah, he's been hurt the last couple of years.
So get him more protection.
I respect it, but this is like, I hope, like, you're New York. I get it. They need a wide receiver, but they'll probably. I assume this is where Malik Neighbors goes. I assume that's my.
They want a quarterback, man. They're going to get JJ.
You think?
I do.
Oh man, that's just.
I've heard they don't like him. So. Did you listen? Did you listen to Sycamore and Rogers' final mock draft on the NFL Stock Exchange?
Yeah, I did.
They said they can't. They said they just don't think that everything they've heard. They just don't think he likes him.
Like, wouldn't it be?
They also picked Latham to go to the Chargers.
Yeah,
wouldn't it be like very Daniel Jones-esque to take JJ McCarthy here? Like, wouldn't that kind of be?
They wanted May. That was the whole rumors. They wanted to go for the Patriots to take May.
We all debated all these quarterback moves and how many times, and I probably said it too, but how many times did we hear the Chargers do not want to make a pick at 5? Because I heard that a ton. Like, a lot of draft guys that I love and respect and know what they're talking about were like, I don't think they're going to pick there. They want more picks. They're going to trade back. And here we are. And it's all of a sudden, it's like, it's not been chaos, but it's not been what we expected. I didn't really expect them to pick.
We expected more trade outs. You expected more action, And
I'm sure there's been action behind
we expected it to be these 5 players so far. Who do we have at 6? Do you remember?
No. Absolutely not.
This is like the Giants are in such a weird.
I think we gave him a wide receiver.
It would make sense. I just don't think.
No, I think it was JJ McCarthy.
But you're looking at elite receivers here. You're going to take JJ McCarthy? Like,
let me look. No, I swear to God, I now this was before I heard a bunch of people say that they don't like JJ McCarthy.
Like, who's the best Giants wide receiver right now? Wan'Dale Robinson, Darius Slayton.
Darius Slayton. Yeah, Darius Slayton.
That's and you've got Darren Waller.
That's not good, right? Like,
don't forget,
that's very, something you need to improve upon.
That's why, you got it. I think you got it.
This is I don't know, man. This is a good draft, though. If you need a receiver, as long as you take him in the first 2 rounds, you should get a starting caliber guy. No, that might be a 2, that might be a 3, but it's a guy who can make plays for you.
I've decided I need
the Giants. It's probably your 1.
I need the Browns to leave with one of the Jays, Javon Baker or Jermaine Burton. I need one of the Jays, and I will accept nothing less.
Yeah, it was JJ McCarthy is who we took.
So can you see our picks? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I was just watching the old video.
Oh,
JJ
you're watching the
McCarthy.
video. Okay.
It looks
Look,
like
we need to
JJ
write these down.
McCarthy-
Can you say them to me, and I'll keep a physical record.
I can't tell what that says. Okay, so it's JJ McCarthy and Amarius Mims.
I picked Mims to the Titans, didn't I? Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what
I took
we
a
did.
swing there because of, I think Bill Callahan would like to have that piece of
All
clay.
right, here comes Raj.
Right.
Here comes Raj. What you got for me, Raj?
I feel
Hey,
like
subscribe to the channel. Help us follow our dreams. Love you.
I feel like it has to be Neighbors. The Giants are like, okay, there it is. Yeah, okay.
5 for 6, I guess.
Yeah, that's just, it makes too much sense. I don't think you can take a question at quarterback if you can have a guaranteed, like I'm not saying Malik Neighbors is going to be elite, but like I think his floor is very high in the worst case scenario.
I worry about is he going to be able to play on the outside, or is he going to mainly thrive in the slot? Which isn't a problem if you thrive in the slot, not a problem at all. But if you look at what the receivers that the Giants already have, they don't have an outside guy. They have a bunch of little dudes.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, but Neighbors has got size in the slot. Like he's got more size than the other guys they got.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to argue that. I'm not down on Neighbors. I do view him more of a slot player. He's explosive though. He's a vertical slot. When you say slot, people always get the negative connotation that you're talking about quick, short passes. It's like not anymore. You can be a straight up vertical threat. It's just the way they use tight ends in the seams, except you're much faster.
Yep.
Neighbors is definitely hella fast.
Oh, Cavs getting their asses kicked, aren't they?
Yeah. Is this so? Like, I also feel like this could be a place for Brock Bowers in Tennessee. Although I do like
his offensive line is just so bad.
It is, but I want to shout out Nick though. That is something I haven't heard, and 100% should be on the table.
Yeah, it should.
100%, Nick.
It just, I mean, you're clearly going for it, right? You spent really aggressively on your offensive weapons.
Which is weird. Right after firing Vrabel to kind of be like, no, we're not resetting.
Right.
Yeah.
And with Callahan, like you're going offense. So
right. And does Bill Callahan say, don't worry, go get me Brock Bowers. I'll take whatever we can get in the second round and make him a Hall of Famer.
I got you, son.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, is that because, like, if poor Raj, he's getting a big old hug there.
No one told him, huh?
He looks like he's in a little bit of pain there, too. He's like, oh, gosh. But yeah, man, like I mean, because like if I'm sitting there in that war room and Bill Callahan says that to me, I'm probably like, all right, like okay, all right, sure, yeah, whatever.
I will say the one caveat there is like obviously you're not drafting Brock Bowers to block, and if your offensive line is bad to begin with, that is
you are though. Brock Bowers is a hell of a blocker.
Yeah, but that's not why you're getting him. He can do it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I got it.
But dude, I like Calvin Ridley as like a 2. DeAndre got a little bit in the tank still, right?
Yeah.
You don't. Treylon Burks is still a question mark.
I like Tyjae Spears.
Tyjae is fun. Tony Pollard's fine.
Yeah, I'd say fine is probably.
Their offensive line is cheeks, though. It's
outside of Peter Skoronski. I love Peter Skoronski at guard. Yeah. I love that pick. But you stack back-to-back first-round picks in Peter Skoronski, and well, let's say it is a tackle.
Yeah.
Where are you guys going? Where are you guys going with a tackle if it is?
Amarius Mims.
I can't take him over.
You go get Bill Callahan because he can work with stuff. I don't think there's a better overall physical prospect in here. And my pick all leading up was Fashanu.
Yeah.
I'm going bigger. I'm going home, baby.
My
the
dream
separation, neighbor. Like you're talking about short intermediate passes not being all that it is in the slot anymore, and then they're showing these Neighbors highlights, and none of them are short intermediate passes. They're just him roasting people deep. It's like, yeah.
Oh, well, the pick is in.
The pick is in?
The pick is in.
It's not in on
They're
me.
still talking to
That's
Malik
crazy
Neighbor.
because I'm like at least 30 seconds ahead of you guys, and because on the McAfee thing, it doesn't say that; it just says on the clock, and it doesn't come up pick us in until right before they announce it.
Mm.
So I'm just
now
watching Mad Mel Kiper on my screen right now.
Mad Mel? Why is he mad?
That's
No, it's Ty Schmidt.
It's
He
Ty
does a
Schmidt's
character. He
character.
does a Mel Kiper impersonation and says
Oh.
ridiculous shit. It's amazing.
I don't know.
It's good. It's
I
a
know
good.
nothing about the Pat. I've maybe watched like half an hour of Pat McAfee in my entire life. I know that I'm not really sure
Yeah.
why.
Dude, I'm having a
Here's the-
panic attack thinking about being being in that crowd of people.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
Like
Cleveland was packed for the draft, like as packed as I've ever seen it. I've been down there for the MLB All-Star game. I've been down there for Cavs playoff games. I've been down
Were
there.
you at the parade?
Yes.
Yeah, I figured you were.
Yes. Well, I guess that nothing. Yeah. Okay. Nothing's gonna top that. Nothing.
I'm talking about the 0 and
I know one
16.
thing that
Yeah.
would.
Oh no, I was at both
Nothing
2016 parade, 0 and 16 parade. 0 and 16 parade it was like negative wind chills that day. So like if you were at that parade, you had to really mean it, which is lost on a lot of people, right? It's like it was absolutely fucking miserable being down there on the damn lake as the
And
wind
you
chill is
celebrated
just
no
slicing through
wins
you.
at the same time.
That was
It's
like it was the most miserable day you could possibly imagine, and we're celebrating 0 wins.
you merely adopted the darkness. I was born in the darkness.
Right. And that's what I try to get people to understand, and they just don't. You just don't get it if you weren't there.
No.
We're moving to my organic juice box.
Fruity punch. No, a fruit punch. I thought it said fruity for a minute, and I was like, okay, I respect it.
No, but like
Did you get
the
that at
little-
Aldi? Is that Aldi brand?
Yeah, it is.
Did you
Oh,
know?
shit, dog.
Did you know that Ohio has more Aldis like per mile than almost any other state?
Yeah, they're all
No,
over the
no.
place in my area. They're all over.
I was
it.
very happy when I moved down here. We had them because I was like,
Yeah.
"That's my shit." So
Aldi's-
to have
Aldi's
them,
the place.
we have Aldi's and Ollie's, and I frequent both of those things.
We are getting an Ollie's. I've never been to an Ollie's, but we're getting
It's fun. It's fun.
It's
You
like a
have free-
flea market. You don't know what they're going to have from time to time. They might
Right.
just get some new shit in. That's dope.
Yeah.
I bought in wetsuits there that were like $150 for like $20 because whatever.
it. That's what my brother said. He said it's like a discount store.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's kind of like a hybrid of like Kmart and Big Lots, if that makes sense.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Do you guys have Trader Joe's? Either one of you?
Yeah, I got Trader Joe's.
I mean, not down
They're owned by
here,
the same
but-
people that own Aldi.
Right.
We have a dope supermarket called Lidl. Sounds dumb, right? Lidl. I don't know.
Lidl.
It's like an elite version of Aldi. It's elite, but it's like Aldi. It's set up just the same way. It's,
You know,
I've
the
never-
little grocery stores taking over the world, man.
yeah. I'll say this, man, though. I'm a fried chicken guy. I love fried chicken.
Okay.
You know, make a meme of it if you want. I love fried chicken. The thing is, and I thought I had good fried chicken at home. You know, we have a supermarket called Sack and Save. We all call it the Sack and Jack. And like, that's like a thing. You go get your fried chicken there. Dude, the grocery stores down here, fried chicken is elite, dude. Publix fried chicken, I would argue that's some of the best shit on the planet. We have gas stations that have better fried chicken than the fried chicken from home.
Wow.
You can go to Spinks
had
and
this
get you fried
sandwich.
chicken that's
I wanna
fucking
come.
great.
I want to come down.
What did I have?
The
That
fried chicken,
sandwich?
come for the fried chicken.
I won't.
Sheets. I had a chicken sandwich from Sheets,
Eats will do it.
and they put mozzarella sticks on the fucking thing. Marinara, mozzarella sticks.
Sheets
oh my
slaps, dog.
God.
Sheets is the place.
That was the best chicken sandwich. All right, here he comes. Here comes Raj.
I'm not there yet to get.
I'm gonna guess.
Oh, I've known for so long. This one's, you guys are getting further behind somehow.
I'm gonna guess Fashanu.
Latham. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. I get it. You
I
got
don't
it.
hate it. I don't hate it.
No, but we were just in our minds, we're thinking left tackle because you want to put someone next to Skoronski and you want to make something that's a strength and a big strength. You know what I mean? Having that be the left side of your line. So to draft a right tackle.
Jeff has some words for you here, buddy.
Jeff, I mean, dude, the South will kick your ass in chicken, fam. I know my fried chicken.
Drew, will the Falcons be the first defensive player selected? That was our pre-draft prediction.
No, get spicy, man. Take Rome Odunze, have Drake London, Rome, and Kyle Pitts, and just go cook. And Bijan and Kirk, the Falcons. That's the Falcons division. It's their division to take.
I don't think there's a more controversial first round tackle than JC Latham. And the reason I say that is I've heard a lot of people say he's a guard. And even the people saying he's a tackle say he's a second round tackle. Some very prominent draft guys have said that. And he ends up being the second tackle taken. And he's taken in the top 10. Speaking of which, how many tackles did we get? 7? Did we get 7?
We had 7. Yeah,
we get 7.
The record's 8.
Okay.
We're going to write them down. We got to keep going with ours. I knew that we had Mims there, so we're batting 5 at 7 right now.
Oh, I forgot. I closed it.
I hope the Falcons.
You have to open. We got to figure this out, man.
Like, can you imagine?
We should have screenshotted that shit. I don't know why we didn't. Say again.
Can you imagine what Kirk Cousins would do with Drake London, Rome Odunze, and Kyle Pitts and Bijan? Like, what that offense could be one of the best in the entire NFL.
Yeah,
easily.
Yeah.
I would like. Well, you probably know.
I can't argue any of the thing that you just said.
Now I'm watching an ad on our Twitch channel so that I can
love it.
Going meta.
By the way, for everybody out there, I did turn down the ads they were set for 3 minutes worth of ads for every hour of content. I turned it down to 2 minutes for every hour.
Arthur Blank looks.
Oh, you could do that. That's.
Yeah, I could turn it all. I can turn it off. Technically, I'm not going to do that.
Got to help people chase their dreams, my friend.
All right, so we had Amarius Mims coming up.
You want to just go through them? I can write them all down. That way, you ain't got to look back and forth.
Yeah, but like I have to watch.
You only got to do the first round.
Okay, we got Dallas. We had Dallas Turner.
It is. Can I just say real quick?
We had Dallas Turner and then Malik Neighbors.
It is 106-66 Magic. What is going on over there?
Draft hats are garbage. You know what? They've really not been good draft hats in probably a decade.
Some people get hyped for them too, and I can't get there.
I'm not. I really like the Titans logo though. Like when Latham hit that Titans hat on. I don't know, man. Something about it.
Nick, I was telling you about some Pokemon cards the other day. Did I tell you? I told you there was this Eevee that was coming out in the Crimson Haze. You remember I told you about that?
Yeah.
What'd
you get? Did you get it? The Eves?
You bet your fucking ass I did. Look at that goddamn thing.
What is your home base? There's so many Eevee.
Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 of them. And that one's eating an ice cream.
What is your favorite Eevee evolution?
It's Glaceon.
Glaceon.
It's Glaceon.
I'm an OG Jolteon.
Jolteon's great, and there's a lot of really pretty Jolteon cards.
It's just
but like I bought a whole box of Crimson Haze, and this was the one card in the set I wanted, and I got a better card. I actually got the S.
You're really good at pulling cards. Like you're
I love it. My cards are on their way back from grading too. The ones that I had sent to CGC, so I'll have to be sending.
How do you protect them during that process?
How do I do what?
How do you protect your cards during that process of sending them in to get graded?
So they're in like the hard plastic case that you just saw. That one in. So they're in that. You put 2 strong pieces of cardboard around of them, and then you wrap that with a rubber band, and you wrap it in bubble wrap, and then you put it in a box, and you just put paper around it, and then. Luckily for me, my FedEx, which is who CGC prefers, and CGC is the grading company I use. apparently Ian is saying that he thinks it's going to be Penix here. That's what Jeff just said. Ian,
interesting.
All right,
I'm still on the Falcons. Is there a trade up?
No, that's what Ian is saying. That's what Jeff just said in the comments. Is that Ian Rappaport saying this is going to be
Rappaport saying that it's going to be Penix.
Really?
Oh my God! I swear to God, if it,
I'm just there. I'm not. He's announcing it now. Why would you? Don't do that. Oh my God! What is
chaos? Let's go.
Somebody clip this.
Chaos.
Somebody clip this. Casey, write this down. 1 hour and 25 minutes.
Hello?
Holy shit.
Hello? What?
Let's go. Chaos, baby.
The Falcons. Do the Falcons ever not fumble?
Are we at the record? Or we're at the record offensive players. 8 offensive players to start the draft.
Yep.
You could take Rome Odunze if you're Chicago here.
Wow.
That is just, or like Brock Bowers. Like you have to, you're taking Brock Bowers, right? Like we're just taking.
How old's Michael Penix?
24? 24? I think he's 24.
So is he going to play? Is he going to play at 25, or is he going to be 24 for the rookie year?
He will be 24 in May.
Okay.
Okay.
He'll be 24 in like a week.
Okay.
All
right.
Listen.
He's not going to play for 2 years, man. Like in theory, you got Kirk Cousins for 2 years.
Well,
right? Am I wrong?
For 4, right? 4?
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. I thought they had him on a 2 or 2. Maybe only 2 was guaranteed.
I'll find out.
And then it was.
Whoa.
Okay, I mean, Kirk's returning from a Achilles, but like.
Holy shit.
Okay, 4 year, 180, 100 milli guaranteed. They're not, what? Hello?
I don't know.
They guaranteed the dude $100 million coming off an Achilles tear, which, I mean, that's whatever, right? But, and you're drafting an old rookie? That's just.
Who's not, in theory, he's not going to see the field for like maybe 3.
Why would you, if you're going to do this, why did you pay Kirk that? What?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Hello.
Yeah.
That's just so, and listen, Penix could be great, but like the whole idea of your team, you just took a running back in the first round last year. Like, you've got Kyle Pitts, who is.
Can I say this about the player, though? Can I say this about the player?
Yeah.
I like Michael Penix. I think Michael Penix will be a average at worst quarterback, and I think he'll be middle of the pack, top 15, top 16 for his career. I do think Penix has everything you need. He has the arm. I don't think he has as big as arm as some people want to suggest, but when you watch Rome Odunze and those guys get vertical, he can get the ball down the field. I like the player.
Sure.
Ooh, I don't know that I like him in the top 10. Somewhere Connor Rodgers.
I had him as a second round talent. He was my quarterback 4.
But so
I had him as a second round talent.
I had him 5. I had him behind JJ.
If
I have JJ before ahead of Knicks, but I have those. Honestly, I think those are 3rd and 4th round talents.
If let's say the Kirk Cousins situation goes as well as it can go. Okay.
It's the earliest we've ever seen 4 quarterbacks be
selected. If that happens, Nick, they're winning the NFC South.
And so good for that's awesome, right? And good. But at that point, you are talking about the quarterback you just drafted being as old as Brandon Weeden was.
By the time he finally gets to start.
By the time he's going to play.
I mean, Brandon Weeden was 28 and a half by the time when he was drafted.
Okay, so
is Rome next?
For 4 years.
My little brother wants to know, is Rome next?
That would it could be Bowers. I think that would make more.
Dude, honestly, if it's Rome though, how pissed are you if you're Justin Fields? You're like, what dude?
Like they could. I just.
All right, go back. You can go back. You can go back to. You can go back to the. Oh, hold on. Here comes the pick. I was gonna say we can go back to the Michael Penix thing in a second because.
Yeah, we need to. We need to talk more. And Nick was in the middle of it.
Yeah, I know.
Hold on to that, Nick.
I'm not there yet. I want to know who. Yeah, this
Well, that was the first time that we've been blindsided by a pick was already in because we've been talking about the player the whole time.
right.
It's like, man, I can't believe they took Penix. And that
Romo,
conversation will last.
okay.
Yep, that's the right pick, man. That's the right
Yeah,
pick. I mocked this earlier today. Getting Rome with Caleb makes a ton of sense. Just so much sense. And you've now got a wide receiver room of Rome Odunze, DJ Moore, and Keenan Allen. And I know Keenan Allen isn't what he was 3 or 4 years ago, but go watch Keenan Allen last year. He was not bad. Like Keenan Allen was not a bad football player.
It was kind of a resurgence from the past 3 years. Like he
was healthy.
Showed he still had it. Look, man, you got Cole Kmet. They got Swift. You signed Keenan Allen. DJ Moore.
Oh.
Rome Odunze.
Minnesota just traded up.
Just the JJ then, right?
It's got to be.
It's got to be.
They're flipping one pick.
Maybe,
10 for 11.
Maybe the Jets had another offer.
Well,
the Broncos,
Denver and Vegas right behind them.
Right.
Denver and Vegas trying to leapfrog Minnesota, so Minnesota's like, "Yo, suck my ass! You ain't doing it."
It's still. I don't know if the graphic just hasn't updated. It still has Minnesota at 10 and 11. There's no way, right?
They just probably haven't terms.
Unless they, I can't see the Jets taking the 23rd pick and not the 11th.
Because from the Jets.
Yeah, but if they did, like,
is that all they're giving up? Yeah, if they did read the fine print, like we'll trade you a first rounder for.
Well, but if they gave him like a second or something,
yeah, we'll trade you 23 in our.
But my graphic is showing the Jets at 11.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's what it should be. But what's the price tag for moving up only one spot at that? You're only probably giving up a first rounder, right?
Maybe a third.
I would say a fourth.
Just for one spot.
I'm guessing a third.
You swap in a third.
You could probably milk. Like if you're the Jets, you say,
they don't have a third rounder this year. They didn't have a third rounder this year, right?
No. But they could do next year's.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like,
look at that retooled freaking Bears offense. So
the Jets get 11, 129, and 157.
129.
4 and a 5.
But they also picked up the 206. So it was a pick swap. You get the 206, and then they gave them the 11th, 129 and 157.
So they got 10 in 206.
206. Yeah.
Okay. That's
Quasi under the school of Andrew Berry. Give me that.
That's good. Yeah, I like it. I like that. That's a hell of a deal.
Give me a pick back.
If that's your
I need that 6 back. I can't do this. You got to give me a 6 to make this happen.
If it's your quarterback, that's what you get.
Right. And you're the Jets, you're just like, well, that's a free 4th and a 5th. Right? A free 4th and a swap.
And I gotta give you my 6, but I get an extra 4th and a 5th, and I move back 1 spot.
Why not?
And I think the sweet spot in this draft's that 4th round, man. I think there's still quality players in through there. And then after that, it's sparse. You can still find it, but they're going to be hiding under rocks. Like geocaching out here.
I have not gotten on Twitter because I didn't want to get anything, but I'm like,
I haven't been on Twitter. I wanted to do it during this thing, but I'm sucked in with you guys just talking this shit.
Yeah, that's my thing. Like, you want to check us out? Like, come on over here and.
I just don't like. Oh, so about the Falcons, like,
back to Michael Penix. What the fuck?
Like, I feel like the division is wide open, right? Like Baker and the Bucks were good last year. I got to give them all their credit and flowers for that. But you look at it and you're like, Carolina's not very good, and the New Orleans, the Derek Carr trade, Denver's, the Derek Carr trade hasn't worked in New Orleans, right? So your only competition for the division is Tampa Bay, realistically, unless Bryce Young has some like tremendous rebound. So I just don't understand. Like, you just guaranteed $100 million and paid Kirk Cousins for the next 4 years. I feel like you should do everything you can. Like the Falcons with Rome Odunze on the other side of Drake London and with Kyle Pitts and Bijan are an unbelievably talented offense.
By the way, this roast of Tom Brady coming to Netflix, like in a week live. I don't know if do you guys know about this?
Yeah, I do. I'm not that excited about it.
I love roasts.
I do too, but I don't think you're going to get the. I don't think it's going to be what we think it's going to be. I love roast.
Well, you got Jeff Ross like you always do. Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart's I love Kevin Hart.
He's way lower on my totem pole of comedians. I like him as an actor.
I think he reminds me of me.
Jeff Ross is one of the OGs of the game, though.
Jeff Ross is like the OG of roasts. That's true. Sorry, Nick. I keep cutting you off.
No, you're fine, dude.
We're never talking Michael Penix. It's never happening.
Roasted.
I don't get it because of the length of the Cousins deal.
Right.
This is insane. Hey, wait, hold on. We still don't have a defensive player off the board.
Yeah.
And we're probably not because you got 10 right now. The Jets
I'm going getting a lineman.
I'm getting
Brock Bowers. If they go Brock Bowers,
Denver's going to take Bo Nix.
Like I'm pissed at the Falcons because it's probably going to help a team like the Jets or some other AFC team get an offensive talent they have no business getting because the Falcons are.
Yeah.
Nick, we want as many quarterbacks to go ahead of 54 as possible.
Hell yeah. But
chaos.
Why do the NFC? You know that little dragon meme of like the two fierce dragons and the one like silly looking dragon?
Yeah.
Like, come on. Why do the Falcons? Why does the NFC have to be the silly dragon? It's just.
Oh, Nick, I was going to show you this. This is the card that came in the same box as my Eevees, but it's a secret art rare. As you can see.
Oh, hello.
So they finally gave Ursaring an evolution, and that is Ursaluna. What?
Ursaring's not a dragon, right? Or no, is Ursaring?
No. It's Ursaring is the big bear.
Yeah.
And so he turns into half bear, half cyborg.
What? Hello.
And it's a secret art rare, and there's some Ursarings and some Munchlax and stuff in the back. I know nobody watching this stream gives a shit, but comic books and okay, so I was on the Dog Chug last night and I got the most genuine question that has ever been asked of me. I said something, I brought up like how many prospects I've watched, you know, because I watch a ton of, you know, and if I watch a prospect and I tell you I've watched him, I've watched 3 games, you know, like
okay.
If I say I've watched a little bit, then maybe it's 1 or 2 or maybe some highlights, whatever. But like, and I was talking about Pokemon cards, and I had some Charizards coming back, and I got a new Charizard in the mail the other day, and Andy said, "Is there anything that you do in your life, in your day, that isn't nerdy?" And I was like, question. "Oh, I kickbox."
There it is.
Yeah, I heard your answer.
Hey, nerdy.
That's the only thing I could come up with.
So last night, what was funny is I was watching, and I got on, and I was under my name, and then my stream froze. So then like I logged out and back in, but somehow it was on the Barking Browns account. Then when I was watching it there, and I was asking questions as both people. Yeah, as like I was like being back and forth. I still love my idea. They tried to
blame Nick because they're like,
I know, dude. I caught you up in my shenanigans because then I was already these like Jacob's like, I know that's you running that, and then Ross tried to like, no, he's doing it, you know. And then I flipped over to me. I was like, I would never. Like, my favorite part though is when you're talking about what you should chug, and I think it should be Tavondre's sweat.
Yeah, he said it. I should chug Tavondre's sweat.
Oh boy! Well,
I said that we found a crumpled piece of paper in Jacob's suit jacket that said Tavondre's sweat no matter what.
All right, she's gonna announce it.
It's
got to be JJ. It's got to be JJ.
It has to be JJ. Which, all right, go Cook King. I got TJ Hawkinson and Justin Jefferson, and I need them to be.
There it is.
There it is. Okay.
There it is.
All right.
That's
Good.
the right call, man. I love JJ McCarthy and Kevin O'Connell's offense. I don't know that I would love him really anywhere else. And I talked to Roger about it last night. Roger wanted to ask me some questions about Michigan quarterbacks or about JJ and other Michigan players. And I said, he's got as high a ceiling as just about anybody in this class. I truly believe that. But I also believe that McCarthy comes with a pretty high floor because he has been a game manager and won a championship as a game manager. Like, don't get me wrong, there were some throws in the national championship game, in the semifinal game. Some throws against Ohio State. Like, I have seen JJ throw some dimes, throw some darts. I know he can do it. They just didn't ask him to do that a ton. And for me, that's why he was quarterback number 4. But I think he has enough arm talent to be really good. And I think the offense he's going into, perfect. I don't think there's a better fit for JJ McCarthy than Michigan. We got to figure out why every time Nick turns his camera off, it's a Scarlet and Gray podcast picture. Nick, you need to go into your settings and make sure you change that.
So I'm not disagreeing that he's the 4th best quarterback in this draft. I had him as the 5th, but
Sure.
I don't think he's going to be good, man. I see this going badly. It's the overvalue of the position and the want, and a lot of what more than the other players, he's a projection because you can't see it. You have to guess that he can do it.
Correct.
That would scare the shit out of me in the first round.
That's why I'm glad I didn't have to make the decision.
Yeah,
because I wouldn't. And now they're comparing him to CJ Stroud.
See, look, man, I'm not saying he's going to be unsuccessful. That's definitely on the table. Just like you said, you're basing on the traits that he possesses. And the one thing that I gained from his college career was not obviously there wasn't the volume and there wasn't the degree of difficulty down to down, but what he was able to do on 3rd downs and 4th downs, you like that level of poise. You know what I mean? I think that's what you're projecting as his plus trait that you can see on field. He was clutch on 3rd and 4th downs, man. They didn't ask him to do a ton, And is that more just a product of the offense or a product of Harbaugh is scared to give him the keys at times? I don't know.
Could be. I mean,
Harbaugh's a control freak, right? I think we can agree.
Yeah.
So I think to me, that's what he's hamstrung by. He was being coached by a control freak. You like the traits, but a ton of this is a projection. He's super young, though. Yeah. He's also a super young kid.
Yeah, he's 21.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to check something. Yep, I figured out how to change avatars.
Mine should be my face, is it not?
I think it is. Just if you hit the stop cam button, you can see.
I'm scared my cam won't come back on, and then I got to scramble. Technology sucks. Hey, here I am.
Yeah, Nick's is still the Scarlet and Gray podcast for whatever reason, so we'll have to get him to change that when he gets back.
Yeah. Definitely wasn't done because I'm an expert in this. I am just deficient.
Yeah. Oh, here it comes for the Jets.
We're on a losing streak, dog. We haven't got one in a long time.
The Jets, it's offensive tackle. I couldn't tell you which one they're going to go with, but
I mean, I can tell you because I'm looking at it, but I won't. Integrity.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. I have no issues with taking Olu Fashanu there. Like, absolutely no issues with that. Like, you're talking about a dude that was.
So how does that sound if you were to go into this and you'd be like, he's my OT3?
Yeah. He's got some things to fix as a run blocker for sure.
Mm-hmm.
but they don't make many guys that size with that level of athleticism.
Yeah. No.
They just don't.
No.
They don't make people like that. Nick,
How do I change
go
it?
to the bottom. You see where your picture is.
Yeah.
There should be 3 dots right there. Click those 3 dots. Okay. And then you should get an option that says edit audio avatar.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay.
Now click that and change it. See, like I did mine. Mine is this. Look, it's me.
Okay. Let's see. I just need.
Nick, thoughts on JJ McCarthy?
Sorry, I'm trying to.
Yeah, Fashanu, man, like you just don't make many. You just don't see many offensive tackles have that level of athleticism. He gets to learn from a left tackle who's had a long injury history, but is still Smith's a very good left tackle if he's on the field.
Yeah.
And and so he gets to learn, he gets to grow. Hopefully Smith stays out there on the field and stays healthy, because then I think they're in a really good spot, because Fashanu can learn. I think Fashanu just adds a little bit of better hand placement and a little bit more play strength. That's a franchise.
They have Morgan Moses as well, right?
Yeah, Morgan Moses at right.
They traded for Morgan Moses from Baltimore.
Yep.
So they're in a position where he doesn't even have to be day one. We'll see. You let camp dictate. You let the competition dictate. But if you have started your swing tackle, one of those 2 dudes are getting hurt, Moses or Smith. That's happening. Smith or Smith. One of those 2 dudes he's going to get hurt at some point.
Yeah.
You just hope you got your guy coached up by then. And that's doing right by Aaron Rodgers.
Oh
yeah. I like the avatar, Nick.
It's going with the Darth dog. Okay.
Way more handsome than mine.
His is his picture of himself, just so we're clear.
Yeah, it is. That dog looks way better.
Oh, nice. Okay. I'm into it.
Oh, my brother says hopefully Quignon's there at 22.
I feel like the Raiders, if this keeps playing out like this, I think the Raiders will probably just take Quignon. I mean, Nix is the pick. It's got to be the pick, right? So.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm catching up. I tweeted out that if Kirk Cousins plays out the life of his contract, Michael Penix will be as old as Brandon Weeden was when he makes his
debut.
How's that going? Well, I'm not sure.
How's that going, Nick?
It's just a bizarre pick. I'm pissed. Okay. Like listen.
I think the best part about that pick was not the shock that I got, but the reaction from Nick and how it's just carried over.
Listen, somewhere Baker Mayfield is celebrating, and it was hard watching him in the playoffs last year, if I'm being 100% honest. And the Falcons are they're the silly dragon franchise, and that's all I have to say about that.
I wish we had closed captioning. I don't think closed captioning could keep up with the words that I say. But that would be cool too, because I put closed captioning on everything. So I totally respect that, Drew. I totally respect that. Rattler to Denver. Shut up, Josh. You know what, Josh?
That'd be dope. That'd be so dope.
Oh my God. It would be for us.
Just flip this thing on its head, dude.
Just do it. Yeah. You know what? Josh has got me. I'm on board. Let's do it.
That'd be so fun. It would knock me out of that Benjamin Solak tournament, though.
Oh, yeah.
Did you do it? Did you select?
No,
you didn't have to pick all 32. You just have to name as many guys who are going to go in the first round as you can without getting any wrong.
It was just so weird for me. It was just such a weird day. Like we thought it was, just a lot going on. So
yeah,
I didn't do as many things as I thought I would do. And I spent 3 hours in a Barnes & Noble trying to decide one thing to buy. I left the Barnes & Noble and I came back.
Hey, more power to you.
Dude, you left with something I wish I had. That's dope.
That's what the second time I left with nothing. And by the way, found out I'm still a rewards member at Barnes & Noble. So I got a free tote, a $20 tote bag.
Let's go.
Now I got to buy all of my comics from there and stuff because I get rewards points.
Your rewards, yeah. I'm a rewards member at Second and Charles, so I feel you.
Yeah. if I had a comic book shop that was closer than like I think because there's some in like I think there's one in Lancaster. So like the closest one for me is like 45 minutes.
Lancaster, man, that's my spot. Go that
my
mountain.
One of my best friends lives up in Lancaster. Jerry, my buddy Jerry lives in Lancaster.
I still want to know where Brock Bowers is going. I feel like he should have been
just not
fascinating.
Not
fascinating.
I swear to God, if he goes at 18,
Cincinnati,
I will lose my fucking mind.
No,
I will absolutely,
man. Whatever, dude. Like, what if they can't protect Burrow? Who gives a shit? They let them. They've got weapons. They've had weapons. They haven't had a tight end, but like that doesn't make me fear them anymore. They still can't do what we match up well with them because we get after quarterbacks. We play tight man.
No! Josh has got somebody getting a sub for the tomato subs. Let's go! Let's go!
Also,
anybody watching, if we can
shout out
get
to my guy Steve Powell watching
subs,
this, man, we go way the hell back.
If we can get 30 subs by the end of draft weekend, Casey, who has a massive tomato phobia, will eat a tomato live on the show if we get 30 subs on our Twitch channel.
There's no, like, I'm going to throw up.
All right, here it goes. Here we go.
Steve, you son of a bitch. Thanks for subbing, brother.
Hey, thank you. Okay, is this quarterback? Because we still haven't had a defensive player picked. Still, is it? Is it? Oh man! Oh my God!
Chaos reigns supreme.
This is good. Good. Denver is good.
Bo Nix.
See them suck.
Who fucking told you 6 quarterbacks?
Yeah, it's a quarterback.
Wait till Michael Pratt goes and you undershot it.
Listen, the teams understand that they're not doing anything without a quarterback, so they'll do anything. And it's for teams, and I get it. The stuff with Deshaun, I understand. But for teams in the Browns' position right now, where you're in on your quarterback, right? This is exactly what you want to happen. You want all these quarterbacks to go, and the talent that you need to help you win the ball.
Nobody on defense.
Right. No defense of any kind. We
shattered the record.
We got third in the way of the draft.
We had
third in. No defenders of any kind.
Yeah, we had 12. We had this one. Hey, just to get like meta within our show about quarterbacks, the guy who just subbed was my quarterback in 6th grade.
Wow. Damn, you all go way back.
I was his left tackle.
That's awesome.
We made the playoffs, but we weren't good that year. We made the playoffs.
My middle school and high school team, 8th to 9th grade, we went winless in back-to-back years.
Dude, I went winless in my last year at Southeastern. We were 0-10, and we were 0-9 playing another 0-9 team. And then the other 0-9 team won. Like, that's as demoralizing gets. We had a running back who went to West Point who got his face exploded in that game. His face mask caved in. His name was Bob Laldmadeer. Dude was as fast as could be. But this kid got his face mask caved in and destroyed his face. He was a pretty dude, too. And he ended up going to West Point. Played fullback.
Damn. That's fullback face.
We sucked. He wasn't a fullback. He was scared of contact in high school. He was fast as shit, though.
There we go.
Joe Thomas of No Way, dog. I was not Joe Thomas of Southeastern.
We played a playoff game.
Hey, our boy Drew, sharing the love, Drew. Absolutely. Drew. Love you, brother. Love you.
Killing it.
In high school, we played a playoff game against Talmadge, I believe. And they had a running back. His name was Delone Carter, who ended up playing in the NFL for a hot minute with the Colts. I think I don't remember what round pick he was. But that dude in high school was a god. Like I got up, like I didn't play defense, right? So I did not try to tackle him. But it is crazy the level you are when you go beyond.
I just did the math.
Yeah. Because
I saw it from ESPN pop on my watch. 50% of this draft has been quarterbacks. Dude. The NFL is telling you they know if they don't have a quarterback, they're not doing anything, right?
That's what NFL teams are telling you. So if you're going to be bad, if you need a quarterback, you better be bad. You better scrape the barrel.
It's not even just that. It's you got to be bad in the right season.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
here comes Raj.
the Bengals, when they walk around acting like they're superior, they were just bad the right year.
Yeah.
I'm calling. I don't know who.
Right.
First defensive player off the board right here. I'm calling it.
All right. Quinyon Mitchell is who I would have.
Let's see. I haven't seen yet.
If I'm them, the way the boards went. But Nick, to your point, man, when you play, like when you see a kid in high school who's like all world.
Michael Mayer shares are in shambles.
I don't know who their quarterback is, but
didn't you? They drafted.
So well, they're not announcing the pick on McAfee because they're interviewing Rodgers right now. So they're not even showing the pick. They're not taking away from this moment with Rodgers.
Do you not know who it is?
No.
It's Brock
Bowers. Well, I could tell because of the talk, but I'm saying they're not even announcing it on this because he's talking to Aaron Rodgers. They won't steal that limelight from Aaron Rodgers' little interview even on the bottom bar saying who just got picked.
Help me understand this for a second. You just used the draft of Michael Mayer in the second round last year, right? Correct?
I don't remember.
I think so.
I don't know what round he went in. I can't remember when he went.
Okay.
They're just now announcing it just now.
Ogbo sent out a tweet. Let me check.
But
yeah, they drafted Michael Mayer 35 overall last year.
That's a hell of a tight end room.
Hello?
Okay, really? All right. Listen. Ogbo Okoronkwo 10 minutes ago tweeted, "In AB we trust."
Yeah. Been saying that.
I don't know what that means.
I mean, the players don't know anything that's going on. They're not telling them. So that would be the fastest way to get that information out there. But he's true. It's fact. And that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm chill. That's the reason I'm not panicking that you ain't got a first round pick. You ain't picked inside the first 2 rounds the last 2 years and walked out of each draft with first round talents.
God, who's going to be the first defensive player off the board and when's it coming?
I think the Saints are going to tackle.
I think they go tackle here.
Right?
Yeah. There's only 3 tackles off the board at this point.
Yeah.
Man.
Helping my Edger and Cooper dream. Just keep taking offensive players, please.
But
Nick, I want to circle back to something you said earlier. You said that seeing a pro level athlete when you're in high school, it's like an alien,
right?
You know what I mean? You're like, Jesus, like, did he make you like my junior year? I had to play against Andy Katzenmoyer, and the kid won like USA Today Player of the Year in high school. Like he wouldn't just. They unretired Archie Griffin's number, for him to go to Ohio State. Like he was a big deal. And I played him his last game in high school before the state playoffs, which they went to and we didn't.
Okay.
But it's a mutant. That isn't a real person.
Yeah.
Like, did you expect me to?
No.
I got in his way a few times. Block him? The fuck ever, man.
Just Delone was a running back, and his thighs were like as big as he was an alien. He just all by himself.
Aliens, dude.
I just think back to that photo of Myles Garrett warming up with his teammates in high school, and they all look like children next to him.
No, it ain't cool. Like Katzenmoyer played linebacker, but he also played fullback. That's a problem. There were kids, like 4 or 5 kids hanging off of him. Like, come on, man. We had another pro player in the league that year, Nick Goings. He went to Ohio State and then went to Pitt first, then Ohio State. Ended up with the Panthers for a while. He played for Dublin Scioto. He was a problem.
Do you think so? No, I can't remember. I can't remember who the offensive coordinator is for the Raiders because I was still thinking about Josh McDaniels, but obviously he's gone.
Antonio Pierce is the head coach.
I don't know who they're like. Are they just going to run like a 2 tight end system? Like there's no way you're burying the 35th overall pick last year, right? Like that's a joke. What?
Oh,
Where,
Luke Getsy.
hello.
You didn't make that pick though. These guys, they have a different regime.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So
Well, think about it this way: it's Luke Getsy, the former Bears coordinator.
Yeah,
that's who's in Vegas.
oh God, that's. I mean, this is like so in terms for the Browns. You're looking at the AFC, and excuse me, you're saying, well, I don't like what the Broncos did. I don't like what the Raiders did. I mean, Brock Bowers is a great talent. I get it. Like they become better offensively. I get that. But like when you're looking at resource allocation, putting back high day 1 and 2 picks in tight end doesn't make any sense, right?
Am I crazy? Live in 12 personnel.
I mean, you got to, right?
There's no way.
I guess I don't know unless they're not high on Mayer. This new regime was like, no, I'm not letting that stop me from taking a Brock Bowers if they truly view him as generational.
And I can understand that. It's just good. Okay, so then they're just misusing resources. That's
fine. Yeah. I know it's not good team building.
No, that's my whole point.
Yeah. No,
that is not somebody that I had. I love Brock Bowers, but like that is not a team that I had him on the radar for.
Absolutely not.
Yeah,
maybe
chaos, maybe.
Indy, Seattle, Cincinnati, like those were the places I thought he could go if he fell out of the top 10, which when 6 quarterbacks go in the top 12, a lot of people fall out of the top 12.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't have any defensive players, but like I kept for a long time drafting Johnny Newton to New Orleans. They don't have a tackle though. Like,
yeah.
Trevor Penning is. Ugh.
Really they wound up with my guy Clint Kubiak. That's who I wanted in New Orleans. The guy who went there. I was stumping for him.
Yeah, I think Dorsey will be fine, but he was definitely not. He was not where I was going to go.
They're just the Saints are so set back by Derek Carr not being the. I mean, I don't know what they were thinking to begin with.
They're set back because David Carr's Derek Carr. Like he is who he was. I don't know what you thought he was going to do.
Yeah, that's and so that's why I'm just. This makes me even more upset. I'm so upset at the Falcons. I can't. Because I'm telling you, Baker's going to win that division again. Like I don't.
That's all right.
And no, good for him. But like at the same time, like. Why do we just the Ravens and Steelers are smart and I'm just tired of these dumb teams.
I know. Could we be in a different division? That'd be dope. You put us in the South, we would
we would if the Browns were in the NFC, they would if they were in the NFC South, they would waltz.
This is the road we walk, dude. We're in a division with teams that draft smart.
Yep.
Even the Bengals, they can't pay people, but they barely have any scouts, but they always seem to come out of the draft okay.
Yeah, they do.
You know what I mean? So there's been several times I thought we've done pretty well. Then you look at our division, it's like, damn it, we didn't gain as much ground as I thought we would. You know, because the Ravens are the masters of letting dudes fall in their lap. They don't have to move. All of a sudden, Kyle Hamilton's just there for no reason. It's like, well, okay, we'll take him. Like, fuck.
Was Dafe Owe good last year?
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, well, he did. This is one of those things where he's not racking up stats, but like he's winning his matchups. You know, like he's affecting the game, but he's not like a gaudy sack guy. But he wasn't. He's just a high profile athlete, man.
That was another
they
guy
seem to get a lot of, don't they?
Fell to them. And,
Raj.
Okay, what do the Saints do?
Well, you got Raj.
I feel like Brock Bowers would have been great for the Saints. Like that would have made a ton of sense.
Yeah, it makes a ton of sense.
Sure. Still haven't had a defense almost halfway through the draft or the round. Almost halfway through the round, no defense.
If you want a mauler, a big, nasty player on your offensive line, Talise Fuanga is the guy for you, man. Like, he's a right tackle. I know a lot of people, and he's another one of those guys they want to talk about putting at guard, but my goodness, he's just. If you're talking about an offensive tackle that went to the Wyatt Teller School of Pancakes, it's Talize Fuanga. He's just great raw power, good athlete, good footwork. Great pick. Great pick.
Fuanga was my offensive line draft crush. I love physical guys. I love that style of play. You know, I was in on him. It's one of those things where like I can't admire him too much because there was less than 0% chance he would end up on my team. So I had to let him go. It was like, yeah, I love you, but you're for someone else. So he's nasty.
I have a question based in fantasy football that just is kind of interesting. Who do you think is more productive this year? Jackson Smith and Jigba or Rome Odunze? Because both are high picks, buried, not buried, but with two substantial wide receivers in front of them.
Say it again.
Who do you think who's more productive in this year? Jackson Smith and Jigba or Rome Odunze?
Okay, so who do you think is more productive in this year, Geno Smith or Caleb this year? And then the pecking order. So I would favor Jackson Smith and Jigba this year.
Okay.
Because I think Caleb's going to lean on Keenan. I mean, he should.
Yeah, right.
On the veteran, a good deal. And you got DJ Moore, just more height.
And Cole Kmet.
Yeah. And Gerald Everett's there now too. I like Gerald Everett.
DeAndre Swift.
But obviously you got DK. You got DK out in Seattle. So Jackson's not going to be the. I just think. Yeah. I think this will be the year he goes over. I think that if he's going to take a step, it'll be this year, and he'll probably knock Lockett out of that position.
Okay.
Yeah. I'd take JSN if you're talking, especially. Yeah, if you're talking dynasty, that's probably a different question.
2-3 years from now.
Yeah, it's probably the better.
There's a torch pass from Keenan to Odunze as the one. I don't know if Jackson's ever the one.
Yeah, DK is still just 26.
Yeah,
I love DK. Dude, man.
It's the most when you see people just overthink draft picks. You know, like no one likes to talk about it. Like Randy Moss fell to like the 18th pick, and it was the whole time. It's like, well, he's the best player in this whole thing, but because there was a concern because he failed some weed tests. You know, but
Michael Penix, man,
that's crazy. The quarterback landing spots have been crazy, man.
I just was making fun of Nick for still being stuck on it, and here I am. I'm still stuck on it too.
It doesn't make any sense.
No,
you don't draft running back in the top 10 to not do everything you can to compete right now. It's just stupid, dumb. You got to pay Kyle Pitts. Drake London's not that far away. Your division is winnable, and you draft a fuck.
I can pick up Atlanta Sports Talk tomorrow when I'm at work. I'll tell you what they're saying live on the air.
Shit in the hole. Let's go pay $180 million to a quarterback. And guarantee 100 of it coming off an Achilles tear because we believe in him so much.
He's what is he? 38?
I think he's 36. And just what are you? Why? I just want one dumb team in our division.
I just want one dumb team in our division.
You got one poor one. That's all I can do. That's the best I can give you.
Yep, that's the best. That's
you got one poor one.
They still have a hell of a quarterback and the best wide receiver.
Dude, they're everywhere else. They're straight. They just can't retain all their people.
Right. Which, hey.
That was fun yesterday, right?
Yeah, let's go. Trey, can we just talk for a second about T. Higgins making a trade request on top of his trade request? Because when the Hendrickson
doubling down.
He's like, just so you know.
Just in case you guys forgot. Like, man, trade me before Trey Hendrickson.
MC Lawrence, our buddy MC says that he caught his second wind. It'll last for about 15 minutes. So I just texted Roger and I said, didn't I just tell you last night exactly where JJ McCarthy was going?
Yeah, it makes sense. Okay, who's Indy taking?
Indy should be Quinn. If it's me, because Brock Bowers isn't there, it's Quinyon Mitchell if it's me.
They need defense bad.
And we've got to get.
We had Quinn Young on our draft.
We've got to get a fucking. We've got to get a defense.
We got the first 5 right. We've only got 1 right since.
So
That's
this
Knicks.
would be because if they don't take defense, that'd be 15 straight. I assume they're going to take defense. I saw people say like that one of the
Bryant Thomas Jr. be fun. That would be fun.
I'm not as high on him, man.
He's okay,
but that is a good situation because you already have with Downs and Pittman, you have the other roles fulfilled,
and Josh Downs.
To have a vertical, to have a vertical X like Thomas, who can work wide side and with someone with their arm like Richardson, it's like I could see that, man.
I just don't think like the Colts.
But in general, I'm not as high on the prospect, but the fit with the prospect, I think that makes a ton of sense.
Jeff said it was probably that gas you passed from the Metamucil.
I'm gonna pour some coffee here shortly.
Probably, man.
I'm almost done with this can right here. I have another one if I need it.
I had one of my favorite energy drinks. You know, it's interesting because there's quite a few places around town where I've not been finding Ghost energy drinks. And even when I do, I only find the creamsicle one, which is one of my favorites. But this morning I had the Blue Raspberry Sour Patch Kid again. And I do love the Blue Raspberry Sour Patch Kid Ghost. It's very
Jacob, I don't know how close the Sheets is to your house, but So we
pick us in, gentlemen, just so you know.
I'm almost there. We went to Louisville this weekend, and I learned how to say Louisville. I don't know how to say it.
Latu.
That makes sense. Okay, first defensive player.
Rich Richardson. Just his name's in there twice for no reason.
What's it? My brother says try the pink Starburst C4. I've heard that. I haven't tried it. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow.
C4 is my second. If they don't have my Ghost, C4 is my next one down.
So I just want to. We stopped at multiple Sheets on the way down and back up to Louisville.
Yeah,
they have like a whole section dedicated to Ghost. Like it's an intense. Like if you're by a Sheets, man, you want to get some Ghost, you go there.
We don't have Sheets down here. That's something I did leave behind when I came down south. They're still in Virginia. It's for some reason it's not in my state.
Gotcha.
So we get our first defensive player off the board, and they tell you exactly what the NFL thought of Latu's injury history, and that's his talent outweighs it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's the first defensive player off the board. He was my favorite pass rusher, to be completely honest. He was my number one. I thought Dallas Turner would go higher because I think Dallas Turner has a higher ceiling and no injury history. But the most prolific pass rusher for the last 2 years of college football is Latu. There we go.
Pass rush win rate.
You
got to slow it down.
2-tap.
Latu. Yeah, it's a messed up.
Ooh, look at that white face mask on that logo back there. Ooh. Hey, did you see they updated the hashtag dog pound? It now has a Browns helmet with a white face mask.
I saw. I put it on the show, the quote tweet of the show on Twitter.
Oh, God.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, no, I like it. Latu has the deepest bag of pass rush moves by far in this class. If he's not going to win one way, he's going to win. If this move doesn't work, fine. I'll switch to this move. He can win with speed. He can win with power. My favorite thing that I think my favorite game from Latu, and it wasn't necessarily stats. It was the things that he did. It was when he played Caleb Williams this year. Latu chased Caleb Williams all over that damn field. Not saying he didn't have 10 sacks or, in that game or whatever, but his motor and his endurance, and you can see here he is against Caleb Williams, but, he's not going to stop. Like, he'll chase you all over the field. And if you don't get rid of that ball, he is still following you. He'll find you.
My favorite thing that he does by far is take away strike zone because guys can't get it. They can't lock up with him. And he shows himself because it's not like it's like a distance thing. He shows himself. He's able to take himself away and get skinny at the right times and avoid the strike zone and keep low. And like you said, man, his repertoire is it's full. For a rookie coming into this league to have that many transitions of a pass rush, to have that go into a game with that kind of a plan, that's tricky for any veteran offensive tackle when a guy's adept at like 4 or 5 different things. Because usually you have a bag of 4 or 5 things, but you have a 1-2, something that you're going to go with because that's what wins for you. When you can win in that many multitudes, man, it's a nightmare for offensive tackles.
Take it for what it's worth. And I know this is circling back. I'm reading a report that the Falcons didn't tell Kirk that they were going to draft a quarterback.
Scorned Kirk? Dude, he's going to get MVP. Watch.
Oh, man.
It's going to come up Kirk O'Chains, no shirt. He's down in the dirty now. Oh, they're fucked. We're fucked, dude. This is his league now. Mahomes, I don't know what you're thinking, son. Scorned Kirk?
Oh, boy.
So the previous record for most offensive players picked to start a draft was 7. We just had 14.
Yeah,
and 6 of them were quarterbacks.
Will we see that? Is this going to become a trend? It can't be, right? We can't have this kind of sample size. But has the league changed that much to where so much of the emphasis is on the offense that this is what we get?
I don't know, because we saw a big swing in defensive production last year in the NFL.
But here's my thing. Okay, so 14, their record might stay, but we've never been past 8. I bet we're past 8 again in the next 3 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think 14 might be a high water mark, but I think that the high water mark was 8. I think it'll become more common because we'll just see a run on quarterbacks or run on left tackles or run on wide receiver ones like we just did. And it's like, that's your list.
Drew says Indy's offense doesn't scare me.
No, I mean, scared, no. When you have the defense that we have, scared, no. But to act like they don't provide questions you need to answer, they do.
Sure,
they do. Pittman catches over 100 balls every year now. Like, he's shown that's who he is. I like Downs as a field stretcher. They still need another piece, obviously, but. And I do see this. I see the overvaluing. Like, I've seen preseason quarterback rankings, and I've seen Richardson comfortably in the top half of the league. We don't know that. 4 games, you don't know, because you like the physical profile, yeah, and the tools, sure. But you have to show me, man. You got to show me. 4 games is nothing. I've seen all kinds of dudes go on runs for 4 games, and he wasn't world blown. I forget who brought this up. It might have been Benjamin Solak. I'm not trying to steal an idea, but just when you draft a quarterback, because for years it was like trying to avoid scrambling quarterbacks because there's more variance there. But he argues that if you get someone with those abilities, you're automatically giving your quarterback a higher floor because he can buoy things until things make sense with us. Because if you get a pocket passer who just fails,
yeah,
that's ugly. But when you got a mobile quarterback, it gives you more time to develop those skills because they can bail themselves out and extend drives with their legs.
Well, and that was part of the reason I started putting Jaden Daniels number 2 was like his floor as a runner is good.
It should help him out. See, that's the reason I can't agree with Drew. I'm not saying Richardson is it. I'm saying there's no way to know after 4 games. There's just no way to know.
Yeah, I don't think you should be confident either way.
Yeah, you can't be. You can't be. You can like the profile as much as you want, but until he shows it, it's just like. Yeah, I think it's crazy to put him up to elevate him to. He should still be in the bottom third of the league, man. He hasn't proved anything.
I'm gonna be right back because my butt hurts and I'm gonna get a pillow to sit on.
I got pretzels and coffee.
Nice. That should sustain you. I'm fighting off my first piss of the evening.
I don't know who Seattle's taking yet, but I'm interested.
We have a much higher sample size on Justin Fields than we do Richardson. I just think they gave up on Justin Fields too early because I saw the trajectory. I can't act like that last series against us, so I wasn't scared a little bit.
Right.
When they got that ball back, it's like, this kid's dangerous, man. Like, I can't believe they gave up on him as early as they did.
I think when the upside on the other side is Caleb Williams, and you can reset that contract decision, because that's the hardest part, right? Is like, what do you pay Justin Fields?
That's the thing too, and you're not allowed to pay him less than more. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it is not like what he did. If you're extending him, you got to. It has to be comparable with the rest of the market. The market's so high for every time a new quarterback signs, that thing, you know, it's ridiculous. You know, so there's no mid-level exemption for starting quarterback when you re-sign them to a contract.
Right. So the rookie quarterback contract gets more valuable every year, right? I mean, I know it goes up, but it doesn't go up near as much as, like, okay.
Yeah, it's weird because I think, like, if there would have been a world where we could have paid Baker like mid-level money and kept him, I don't think that they would have worked so hard to move off of him. But they knew if they were going to re-sign him, they're going to have to re-sign him from market, and then it's, you know.
What did he sign for per year? $30 million with the Bucks?
I'm not sure the exact.
Jacob,
but yeah.
I thought he got like 100.
Yeah, good for him, man. Good for him.
I said I'm so high up here now that I'm sitting on a pillow. Look at me up here.
Nice. Look at you.
You all regal. My posture's terrible. I'll be everywhere before it's all said.
Oh, I am too. Like, well, we're 2.5 hours in on this stream.
It's gone fast.
We are. We're at 2 hours and 22 minutes, and holding strong. 339 people hanging out with us right now. So
really,
yeah.
The more you know.
Yeah. Just remember, we're on our journey to 30 subs so that we can make Casey eat a tomato. So if you're on Twitch, sub to the channel and, you know, help us out.
And I realize in a vacuum that sounds weak as shit.
He has a phobia, though.
Yeah, but you got to
know. I see a lot. I mean, because most people are like, I can eat a tomato. Like, I'm sure everyone's saying that, but like, I don't know if I can. Like an actual, like, oh. It's a mountain for me to climb.
Oh,
Byron Murphy.
Okay. I had heard rumblings that Byron Murphy was going to overtake Johnny Newton, which I think is prospect fatigue because, like, the dude doubled his sacks numbers this year, and they said he had a down year. But my God, Byron Murphy as a pass rusher.
They haven't announced it for me yet.
Oh, sorry.
Somehow I got behind you guys and I ain't paused nothing. I don't know what happened.
I didn't know that. I wouldn't have said anything. I wouldn't have said anything if I knew you didn't know. But
for some reason they're interviewing Chris Ballard. I don't know what's going on there.
Well, you know why they're interviewing Chris Ballard. There's shows in Indianapolis.
I know, but he's hella uninteresting to me.
Jacksonville Minnesota's traded up again.
Woo! For a wide receiver or a tackle, maybe?
And the pick is already
they got Darrisaw. Who's their right tackle?
In Minnesota?
Yeah, they have Darrisaw, right? Or is Darrisaw the Chargers?
No, Darrisaw's not the Chargers.
So Minnesota's just going for it, huh? I respect it.
Yeah, Darrisaw is their left tackle. Who do they have at right tackle? Oh, they don't really have.
And trading up in front of Cincinnati. You love to see it. I wonder who Cincinnati wants.
Oh, well, no, Minnesota's right tackle was the second team All-Pro, so they're not looking for a tackle here.
Would they? No, they wouldn't take a. It's got to be defense, right? Defense in front of Cincinnati, who probably also wants to go defense.
Cornerback.
Okay, so they gave up pick 23, a fifth, a third, and a fourth.
Holy shit!
To go up to 17. So they gave up
third, fourth, fifth.
They gave up their fourth this year and their third and fourth next year to get to 17.
So they really like this guy. Whoever this dude is. Like, that's a lot to give up.
That's
It's a lot
quite
to
a
give up
bit.
for Quinyon Mitchell, right?
Oh God!
Oh, Cincinnati
yes.
getting sniped?
Or is it Johnny Newton because Byron Murphy just came
Yeah,
up?
they got nervous. They were like, "Oh shit, he's still going to." They thought it was a gone deal, and
Well,
get
because
aggressive all of a
Cincinnati
sudden.
could go D tackle.
That makes sense.
Like that makes a lot of sense.
So if you had a gun to your head right now, does Chop Robinson go tonight?
No. We got to
Oh,
run,
God.
boys. We got 3 straight defenders. Dallas Turner. They went up for Dallas Turner.
Yeah, all 3 defensive linemen too.
I don't hate that. I don't hate trading up for Dallas Turner. That's a lot, though.
But if you
Yes.
had him as edge 1 on your board, and believe that he's a difference maker, he's a whiteboard guy that could be one of those people that opposing offenses have to key in on. You need as many of those as you can get.
All right, so I'm writing it up for our website for Browns Wire. I'm going to write up this next pick for the Bengals. So we write up the
Do you
Yeah, opposing, yeah.
yeah.
do you
So-
think Byron Murphy would have been the pick for Cincy?
No,
I've heard a lot of people mock Byron Murphy or Johnny Newton there. Yeah,
Well, I'm going to
I-
troll him on Twitter anyway.
they have to get tackle here, right?
I mean the right tackles. Fwonga's gone. Latham's gone.
Mary Smims is chilling.
Oh God. I
Or,
hope
sorry,
not.
Dallas Turner. I meant Dallas. Would Cincy have taken Dallas Turner?
Minnesota certainly thinks so. I'd say.
Well, they might need an edge if Trey Hendrickson's trying to get out of town, right?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's a good point. That's a pretty good point.
Okay. So here comes here comes the first 2, the bottom feeders of the AFC North, as they say.
Is this the
Basement
last?
dwellers.
Is this? Wait a minute. How are they picking first if they're the best team in the division?
Oh no, the basement Bengals reign
Carry the
supreme.
2. I don't know. My math's not mathing.
Listen,
Not
I've discovered basement Bengals really rolls off the tongue, and I'm
No,
gonna use it all off season. Minnesota traded so much to get in front of them. That is
God, I hope that's what they. I hope they sniped them.
wow, and in front of
I,
Pittsburgh. Oh,
Have you boys ever been to a game in Cincy? A Browns game
Yeah,
in Cincy?
I held the flag during a national anthem
That's right.
in a Browns Bengals game in Cincinnati. Yeah.
You should go sometime. They're like home games for us.
I believe
Oh,
it.
it's a.
They're so fun. It's
At
so
least
much
at that time, their stadium was in rough shape. They need a new stadium.
And no
Yeah.
disrespect to the city of Cincinnati, I really like
Great
that
city.
place.
Yeah,
Same.
great
Great
city.
city.
I lived there for a while.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
I've considered
great city.
moving. Just a peek behind the curtain. I've considered moving for a little bit just to go hang out
Yeah,
there.
I-
for a
All
while.
right. Fair disclaimer. I lived in a not awesome section called College Hill, which is
Cool.
5 miles north of campus, right? And which I like
Yeah.
my place, man. I was on the corner of Hamilton and Landfair. It was kind of cool. Had like a bodega and like a Jamaican restaurant that was authentic.
Cool.
Oh shit!
But I was there during the riots in 2001. Kid got shot. They had to bring National Guard in. We had to have lockdown. It was a
I
rough
lived
spot.
I lived in Cincinnati too.
I just
My first semester of college, I was at Xavier in Cincinnati.
Nice.
Yep.
Went to
I-
Raymond Walters University of Cincinnati branch.
I camped out for all weekend for tickets to the Crosstown Shootout basketball game, which is Xavier
Yeah,
and
it's a big
UC.
deal. Yeah.
And
Nice.
it was on campus that year.
Hell yeah.
And my dorm was right next to the basketball arena. Like right. Xavier's a very small campus. Let's make that clear. It's a very small campus.
Who was the basketball coach of Cincinnati when you were there?
It was right after Sean Miller left.
Xavier. But who was the basketball coach of Cincinnati? Not Xavier.
Oh,
was it still Bobby Huggins, or was he gone by then when you were there?
It would have been 2009, 2010.
Yeah, by 2009, I think he had moved to West Virginia. I think he had moved.
It was 2009,
okay.
2000.
Okay.
It would have been the 2009, 2010 season. Would have been when I was there.
So was Thad Matta the coach of Xavier then?
No, he was gone. It was whoever replaced Sean Miller. Sean Miller had just gone to. I can see his name.
Are you guys familiar with Bobby Huggins, the basketball coach, at all?
Yeah.
Okay. I met him at a sports bar in Cincinnati called Kahuna's. There's like a Frickers, which is like a chicken joint, but Kahuna's like got, I don't know, that bad pub, they had to change their name. He was in Kahuna's one night holding court. That dude was the most boisterous adult I've ever been around.
The
way he was talking was mad crazy.
It was Chris Mack because Sean Miller had just left, and Sean Miller replaced Thad Matta.
Yeah.
Thad Matta left in 2004.
Did he go? He must have went straight to Ohio State then.
Yeah. Thad Matta went from,
remember that
because that's what
I used to give a shit about college ball back then. I don't now. I just
But that's what Xavier had a run of it with Thad Matta and Chris Mack and Sean Miller. Yeah. They had a run of
they were good
men's basketball coaches having big years and then taking a job. You know, Sean Miller went to Arizona. Thad Matta went to Ohio State.
Yeah. One of their guards was Dante Jackson at Xavier. He was from Greenfield, Ohio. I remember watching him in high school. He was one of those mutants, you know. Didn't really dominate college the way I thought he would. He was crazy in track. That's a big deal down there, though. That's one of the reasons I feel confident when I talk shit about Bengals fans is because I lived amongst them, and they're not that. Like, that's a baseball town. That's not
it's a baseball town. It's a Reds town.
And like the crosstown shootout, that's a big deal there.
It is.
Xavier Place, that's a huge deal. They're not a football team.
It's packed. I mean, and that's not a small arena. And it was packed, sold out to the brim.
Wow. Well, you know. I enjoyed my time there. Yeah, they have all kinds of breweries and places that it's a very lively downtown. And
you can go across the river to Kentucky. It's lively over there too. Like it's like
Covington
stuff to do, man. Yeah.
Especially speaking of somebody, honestly, I liked Louisville more though. You get a lot of bang for your buck down there.
Anyone remember Earl Boykins? He played on the Cavs. I went to high school with him. I guarded him.
I remember Earl Boykins.
It didn't go well for Jeff. Apparently.
I can't imagine trying to stay in front of that kid, man. Ain't no way. Earl Boykins. Deep pool, man.
Oh, man. What is it? Okay. Josh is predicting Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Okay.
I could see it.
Cam Taylor Britt, they did lose. They lost Cheedy, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's right. They got Zach Moss and Mike Gesicki. That Gesicki signing is better than I think some people give it credit for.
Could
I like
be.
it.
Trent Brown. No, they did get Trent Brown. Sheldon Rankins.
We'll see who they pick.
They got Von Bell back.
You could pick
Geno Stone.
You could take I don't want to say Amarius Mims because I don't want them to take Amarius.
Yeah, I just think I think they need to tackle. They need to protect their investment. They're the same situation as the Chargers, man. You invested your money. You've already did your 5th-year option with Jamar. Probably gonna move on from your receiver.
Well, they signed who did they sign opposite to play of Orlando Brown?
Trent Brown.
But that's like a short term. Let's see who they pick. I'm not there yet.
Motherfucker!
Amarius Mims.
Damn, I don't like that. I don't like
That's what I would do if I was them, though, man. Like, and I said this earlier, like, so Burrow's only completed 2 of his 4 seasons. He's been on the IR, finished 2 seasons on the IR. Like, he might not be built for this. He's very good, but he might not be built for this. You got to protect him. You got to do your best to, at least.
Yeah. No, I respect it. It's the like you said, the Bengals aren't dumb. They're just poor.
Yeah. They do smart things at this point.
This makes sense.
Can't.
Yeah, I get it. Why wouldn't they? Why
I wish
would
they were dumb. I wish they were dumb and poor. That'd be sweet.
Yeah, but they're just not gonna be.
Oh god.
I think my biggest question is, with Callahan leaving Cincy, what do the Bengals offense look like moving forward?
How much did he really have a hand in it? Was it a Van Pelt situation? You know what I mean? Because Taylor still got the lion's share of the credit for nonsense because he once took a piss with Sean McVay in the same room.
I don't know. I just think I get play calling is a really big piece of it. I understand that, but I just think for a long time I underrated the impact of offensive coordinators. Like seeing Steichen leave Philly and what happened afterwards, and like watching their collapse last year, and just the progression of coaches there has been just really interesting to like. It's made and like there was a ton of talk about Ben Johnson this year and like what the Lions would look like without him, right? And I just feel like we've seen that type of impact. So I don't know, and we'll see.
How do you spell Amarius Mims?
Amarius.
That's what it is.
Amarius. Makes a lot of sense. You gotta protect Burrow, man.
No, you're right. I mean, I like the move. I don't know, like when you're in this spot, you know, Latham and Fuanga, who are natural right tackles, they're off the board. I mean, Amarius Mims is a natural right tackle too. He's just only played 8 games? He's got 8 starts in college.
8 starts, yeah.
And I mean, if you're talking about betting on a dude with insane upside, he's got probably the. I mean, that's what you said, man. That's why you took him at 7 in our mock last Friday. He's like, hey, he's got the highest upside as anybody in this class, but just don't expect him to play right away, probably, and they don't have to. They got Trent Brown. They could let him sit a little bit.
Well, you just let camp dictate it.
Yeah.
What are you ready for? What can you handle on your plate? You're going to get worked. You're going to go up against vets. You're going to get to see you get a good test drive, you know. It's like the Browns were in a similar position with Dwan. Dwan wasn't taken high, so there wasn't pressure to get him on the field. But they knew when they started seeing him in practice, started swallowing people.
Yeah.
They knew when they took him to Philly, and he did great against their, you know what I mean? Like, okay. So you don't panic when you weren't going to force him in the game, but it came up naturally. He got to step on the field, and I'm not acting like he's a finished product by any means. There's definitely some parts of his game he needs to work out, some things he needs to take care of physically with his body. But you felt pretty confident going in, week out with Dwan out there that your quarterback was safe.
Yeah.
I wish the Bengals would do dumb things.
Man, they've had a good run drafting in the last.
Yeah, man, I can't. And they don't have a lot of scouts, man. They have the least amount of scouts of any team in the NFL.
Yeah.
Documented.
Yeah. And I mean, I think they draft really well, and I didn't want him to take Amarius Mims. I wanted them to overthink it.
I think it would have been
move Higgins, draft a wide receiver, and extend Hendrickson. Yeah.
They got to do something.
It'd be a good. That would be a good recipe for them, Drew. That would be a good recipe for them. Also, has anybody been keeping track? Did we get any subs? Did anybody sub to the channel? If you sub to the channel
on my phone,
we love you. If you want to support us, sub to the channel, maybe.
Dude. All right. So far, everyone that's been drafted, I had as first round pick.
Really?
Yeah, no one that's been chosen that I didn't have going tonight so far.
That's a scary ram head that guy's wearing.
I'm interested. It's like really weird to see the Rams have a first round pick.
Yeah. Yeah.
They draft well too.
Yes,
man, did they strike gold with Puka Nacua last year?
Yeah, Puka's a dog. He just signed with Jordan. He's a Jordan
I
brand
saw
athlete
that.
now.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, good for him, man. Kid was a dog. I fell in love with his tape. Like I couldn't quit him, dude.
Really?
Oh, I was every time I got an opportunity, I was like, dude, Puka Nacua.
Are you with us, Casey? Have you seen the pick?
No, I'm watching Pat McAfee walk through some hallways for some reason.
Okay.
And fast forward version.
Do you want to know?
Here. Yeah, they're on commercial.
It's Jared Verse.
Okay, so that's all. That's the only 3 edge rushers that go tonight, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because who's 4? Isaac, maybe
Chop.
Maybe Chop. Just, I mean, you could.
That's the reason I asked. I said, do you think Chop? Is there a chance Chop sneaks in the very back end of the first on this one or something?
You very well could. Simon asked what pick it is. The Rams at pick 19 pick Jared Verse, the edge rusher from Florida State.
This Steelers pick feels like. Oh, sorry.
Do we have that?
What?
Do we have Verse going to the Rams? Because I know I picked a defensive end because I didn't pick a tackle, even though they just
probably
lost Donald. I know we mocked the defensive end to the Rams. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it probably was Jared Verse. Yeah.
No, it was probably Law too. I probably said low moving costs. I guarantee you I did. God bless
it. This Pittsburgh pick feels like Brian Thomas Jr. to me.
Okay.
I think they do need offensive line help. I get that. But aside of George Pickens, they have 0 at wide receiver.
But is what Thomas does, is that too much of a duplication of skill sets with Pickens?
I kind of feel that way, which I guess doesn't.
So what are the other wide receiver options? Because they lost Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of receiver fits that mold that they could take here?
I don't think you'd take
Mitchell.
Like when I think route runner, I think like Ladd McConkey.
Yeah,
right?
Ladd.
But I don't think they would do that this high. AD Mitchell's like the upside dude.
I think AD Mitchell could be on the board here. He should be in the conversation if we're trying to replace that style of receiver. I'm trying to think who else they could take.
Like Xavier Worthy's one, but I don't think he would go this high, right? I don't know.
That's a guy that I don't know how. I don't have a gauge about how the league feels about him.
Yeah, I do think that would be like a pretty duplicate skill situation with Pickens and Brian Thomas Jr. Maybe they just take line. Maybe they just go there. I don't know. That's a
what would be a hell of a Steelers pick that would Jackson Powers Johnson.
It would be.
Wouldn't that be the most Steelers thing ever?
Oh, it pissed me off.
Is you go get like this blue chip center?
They
always for 12 years.
You've already cursed it because they piss Jacob off every time, and so I'm assuming they piss you off.
Now they're always pissing me off.
Yeah, they're gonna draft. Yeah, they could draft a center here.
I can see Quinyon Mitchell. Their corners are shit.
They need a pretty significant amount of help.
They were marching Patrick Peterson out there.
Oh man,
they pitched that to me on Sports for CLE about signing him and not going after a corner. I was like, no, I don't know. They're like, or we could play safety. It's like, no, I don't think he's playing safety for you either. Patrick Peterson comes to the Browns. He's like corner 5. Like, no, sorry, dog.
No.
This ain't fucking 2012. So Quinyon or Jackson Powers Johnson. Those are the two most Steelers things I can think of right now.
Sure.
I gotta go get me a refill. I'll be right back.
Okay. At some point, I'm going to take a piss, boys. I'm running strong here.
Do you want maybe are we group breaking it? We could. I don't know. But then we'd leave people with nothing, and that doesn't.
No. I'll hold off till there's at least two people on screen. I can hold it. Dude, I've drank a Powerade and a Ghost.
You're a beast. I don't know how you do it.
Yet.
I'm getting
I'm probably doing damage to my bladder if I had to guess.
I'm getting my way through this coffee, and I'm starting to feel about the same way. Although the caffeine hits just right.
4:55. This is the latest I can possibly sleep in tomorrow. So the alarm is set.
Full curtain pull back. I did a double day today, so I still have to go out tomorrow. But I don't like. Otherwise, my alarm would be going off at like today. It went off at 2. I would probably push it to like 3. I've done that before.
Rebel. Yeah. Yeah. So what time do you have, since you're doing a half day tomorrow, what time do you have to wake up to make all that happen?
It's a lot more flexible. I think ideally like 6, but I could probably push it to like 8 if I had to.
Yeah. Tomorrow I'm training a guy. They've been having me train people. And tomorrow I got a guy. So I got to come in. I have to case everything, get everything ready. And then I got to divvy up what I feel is like what he needs to practice. And then I'll do like half the driving tomorrow. So I should be done by like, if it's a decent day, I'll be done by 11.
Okay.
Heading home, maybe home by noon.
Nice. Get a little nap in before the real.
I don't know. Tomorrow's my wife's birthday. I don't know what she's doing.
Man.
She made plans with one of her friends, so they might just be not here, or they might be here. I don't know. I have no say over what happens there.
During the NFL, man, that's tough set of circumstances.
I didn't think this through, and I got married. She's our anniversary. Our anniversary is middle of October, towards the end of October, and then her birthday's during the draft most years. So.
I'm our anniversary is April 14th. Her birthday's April 15th. So it's like we have a nice little celebration, right on Louisville.
Yeah.
Coming right back for the draft. Everybody's happy.
MC, eat a dick. What do you mean? You hope my trainee brings in a tomato sandwich? The fuck?
Okay.
He'll eat lunch by himself. I don't see him at lunch.
There it is.
I'll send him on his way, bro.
Oh, man.
I'll be drinking energy drinks and protein bars.
I'll tell you what, it would be very AFC North if the first 2 AFC North picks are linemen.
Yeah, dude, you're playing us.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you like?
Yeah,
that's
we're
what you
gonna
gotta think of when you're building your team. Is who do you play?
That's true.
And if you're going up against Myles Garrett, you like Amarius Mims. I need a freak he's a freak.
I know.
Freak to block a freak.
Can you tell me? Is that I know that's a former Bengal, but I don't know who that.
I don't know what you're looking at. I'm looking at Pat McAfee's.
I forgot.
Yeah. So you weren't on. So I'm like, okay, I don't have my NFL app doesn't work on my TV upstairs that I watch games on. I watch games other ways, but so I'm like, I'll watch on ESPN Plus. The draft's not on ESPN Plus. They have the Pat McAfee cover in the draft, but not the actual. I was like, that's weak, dude. And ABC is showing it live. My antenna doesn't pick up ABC. My antenna gets Fox, CBS, NBC, but the ABC's in Charlotte. And even though my antenna says 500 miles, Charlotte's like 90. It ain't that far. It's like an hour and a half away. I can't pick it up. Can't pick up ABC. So I'm watching a different version.
I don't know why I said Bengal. It's Cam Hayward. I was like, I know that guy. Who is that guy? It's Cam Hayward.
Dude, I loved Cam Hayward. Cam Hayward was the first player this happened to me. So for years, I have a streak going of players I would fall in love with. And like, that's who I want for my team all year during college. And then they inevitably go Cam Hayward to Pittsburgh. That was the first time it happened. I about flipped the table when they got Keanu Benton. I was so pissed.
Jacob was too.
Benton was my dude, man. Like, that sucked so hard. Travis Jones, when he went to the Ravens, that was another guy I was in on mad hard. Shazier. Like, it keeps happening.
Well, this feels like a lineman pick if he's Troy
Fatanu.
Fatanu.
Yep.
What do you think?
Dude, some people had him as like tackle 2.
Hmm.
Like their second favorite tackle, and a lot of people did, man. Especially late, you start to hear that build. This is the best tackle draft I can remember.
Hmm.
It's just, this was a special year for tackles. So you play us. What happens? You draft Mims, you draft Fatanu.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I get it. And I mean, like, I'm not discrediting, like this also speaks to the other pass rushers in our division. This is also one of the strongest pass rush divisions I've ever seen. Like I know there's always this like Garrett Watt war. I mean, they're different, completely different situations, but like I can't argue with how they affect opposing quarterbacks. That's a problem playing both those players, and Trey Hendrickson, another dude who straight gets after it.
I am just twisting the knife a little bit, right? Because, now the AFC North picks have been back-to-back linemen, and it's like you got to block the reigning defensive player of the year. So, Steelers get to be excited about their guy, and now maybe they'll get to see just a reminder that Myles Garrett's the defensive player of the year. But seriously, though, the Steelers defensive line is really good. The Ravens defensive line is really good. The Browns defensive line is really good. Like it just you gotta those
very
are
strong in the trenches, bro.
Ferocious defenses.
It's war. So I'm getting the question now: what if my trainee drinks V8 all day? It'll probably be full of vitamins and minerals. I don't know. Hot take: that V8 doesn't taste like tomatoes anyway. I know it's got a ton of tomatoes in it. Obviously, the color that it is. But I've tasted. I've had a Bloody Mary before. It's not the same thing as biting into a disappointing raw ass tomato.
I never could get into V8. I tried it. It's just
I'm not into it, believe me. But like it didn't evoke the same emotional response of me seeing someone bite into a fucking tomato. You know what I mean? Like it's I don't know. It's probably great for you. I don't know if I had to guess.
So here we are. We're into the good teams, or the good-ish teams.
Yeah. We're in playoff teams.
Yeah. So
we're third of the playoff teams here. So Miami, they could go center here. They could go Powers Johnson, Graham Barton. They could snag here. I don't think there's a defensive tackle coming off the board again until later tomorrow. I'll be honest with you.
Wow.
After Johnny Newton and Murphy. I mean, I've heard some people even that have like Hall as the third best. He's not going to go until
really
later into 2.
That makes sense.
The earliest. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So we'll see. This is interesting because for being this very highly touted wide receiver class, we've seen a real stop on all those guys since Odunze went, which is interesting to me. Mm-hmm. Also, I don't know about you, but this coffee is making life very difficult. So excuse me one moment.
Chocolate milk. What are you drinking? Chocolate? No way. Going back, is that from the remainder of the jug?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Troy Fatanu, man.
Yeah. Well, me and Nick were talking about if you play in our division, face teams like the Browns, like the Ravens, like the Steelers, like you
better be able to fucking block.
You better have something in the trenches, man. Those are hard days at work, man.
I put ice in my chocolate milk.
Yeah, I've never looked down on it. I never put ice in white milk, but I've done it in chocolate milk before.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever put it in white milk. That's probably a good point.
But it makes sense, right? I don't know. If you could, I wouldn't.
I just don't drink a lot of white milk on its own, so I don't think I've had a lot of opportunities, I guess.
Yeah. Your boy was raised on milk, regular ass 2% milk my entire life until I was like 17, and my mom tried to switch it up and go skim. I didn't play that. But
She just randomly 17 years in, she's just like,
yeah, dude. I was like, what's this blue water in my cereal? And it's like, that's milk. It's like, that's blue. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway,
that's my favorite.
So I'm not on milk now. I don't drink regular milk anymore. I think it would wreck me if I tried to drink it now. Like
my wife thinks I'm lactose intolerant.
My body got unused to it. Oh, I like shit made with milk. Like I still cook with like heavy whipping cream and I still eat ice cream from time to time. But regular ass milk, I just don't drink milk anymore. I drink like oat milk, which isn't milk at all.
No.
They didn't like milk and oat. I don't know how the hell they came up with that. It's my substitute of choice.
They smash it down.
I haven't drank a real glass of milk in like probably 15 years.
Me and you both. I have had chocolate milk, but not regular white ass milk. Yeah.
I'm very lactose intolerant.
See, I don't think I am. I might have made myself over the years of just taking it away from my body, but like I drank gallons of that shit as a kid, man.
This has got to be Quignon, right? Man, I just got done telling Simon like an hour ago that there's no chance he would get Quignon, and then unless it goes right now, they could get Quignon fall right into the lap at Philly. But like, we don't have a corner, do we?
No, the corner hasn't went yet. So hold on. So you guys already got the Dolphins pick? Who is it?
No, not yet.
I don't have it yet.
It says it's in, but he hasn't come out and said it yet. Here he comes.
What if they get Xavier Worthy? Just put the fastest team ever assembled on the field.
Oh my God.
Yeah, fuck it.
Triple down on that shit. Give me all the fast dudes.
Do you want to know? Do you want to know?
Sure.
Chop Robinson.
Well, I'm out of the tournament.
That is not.
That is
not a landing spot I would have thought for Chop.
Dude, they Latu, ACL, Chubb, or Achilles. That was their.
Jalen Phillips. Jalen Phillips had that.
Well, that's what I meant. Who did I say first?
I think you said Latu.
Yo, because that's who I was mocking there the whole time. There's Freudian for you, yeah. Wait, Jalen Phillips went to UCLA, medically retired. Latu went to UCLA, medically retired. There's a lot of parallels there.
Here's the thing about Chop Robinson: like, you're not going to find a ton of production in the way of sacks and things like that, but he's a little thin, I guess you could call him thin. I think part of it is because he's as tall as he is. He looks thinner than he probably is because I think he's played at like 257. So I mean, it wasn't.
The story is very similar to Oweh.
Yeah.
Penn State, no production, all this athletic upside.
But as soon as you watch it, like, he literally forced the Michigan Wolverines to run it 30 straight times to end the game against them because they could not block Chop Robinson. He was just working their right tackle. And that was the first tape I put on of him watching this offseason for Chop, was watching that Michigan tape, because I was watching that game live and I thought to myself, man, what's going on over there? You know, like, what's this Chop Robinson? Like, what's going on that right side? And you just watch him. And like, if you're talking about explosive, athletic, off the line of script, that's what Chop Robinson is, man. Like, he's very,
you guys both know why his name's Chop?
Mm-mm.
Do you know why his name's Chop, Jacob?
No.
It's short for pork chop. Apparently, he was like a 12-pound baby.
Okay.
Like, I know when they said the number, it sounded fake. I was like, no, that can't be real. But yeah, the nickname of pork chop. I'll look up the exact deets. I heard that like at the beginning of the draft cycle. It's a cool name. He's on the all-name team for this year. Chop Robinson.
Oh, yeah.
Who's your favorite name in this draft, Jacob? Is it Tip?
Yeah, it is.
Is it? Like, seriously, this is a good conversation. Who's your favorite name in the draft?
It's probably yeah. Yeah. My favorite name though is a guy that I thought was gonna come out 2 years ago, and I thought, but still hasn't come out, and he'll be next year's best name, and that is defensive back Storm Duck.
Ooh.
Yeah. I remember seeing that. Like,
So I was
hold
listening.
on. Chop weighed 14 pounds at birth.
Jeez. Oh,
How's
man.
that? 14 pounds.
And just so you know,
Man.
Storm Duck is his legal name.
That's dope, dude. That's dope.
So I was listening to a deep dive about the running back class. And so the first time I ever, I'm assuming it's the correct pronunciation, but it's Daijun I can't talk. Daijun Edwards. Is that his last name? Daijun. I had it.
I've never heard of this man.
Yeah, Daijun Edwards. He's the Georgia running back. But it kind of reminded me of like Dijon, and I don't know, it just makes me happy. So that's
Steel Chambers. That's a good name.
It's a great name. That is a great name. Kool-Aid McKinstry. That's
that is
on
a
there.
good name. That's a good name.
Kool-Aid.
14 pounds, women are God. Yeah.
That's all the respect to women, man. That is not.
Shot.
How do you even? Where do you begin with that?
14 pounds.
It's massive.
God. I was 7 pounds. So like that baby was literally twice my size.
Yeah. Twice. Most babies are in that range. That's the range.
6 to 8 pounds.
You know what I mean? Like 14. Good
right.
Lord. My sister was 9 pounds, 9 ounces. And I know people freaked out. I remember when she was born and people were like, man, 9 pounds, 9 ounces. That's insane.
Yeah, he was over 4 pounds more than that.
So that's nothing.
Well, Casey, you were saying when you're in high school and you play those guys that are going on in the NFL, they're like aliens. Like Chop's been an alien since birth, man.
Oh yeah, since birth, dude. 14 pounds.
That's
insane.
Oh, Philly's okay. Philly's on the clock here.
I think it's in.
Is this Mitchell?
They need a corner bad.
Right? Isn't it funny that CJ Gardner Johnson's back there? Like nobody thinks that's funny.
Yeah, because they don't have the same defensive coordinator that they had when he was there the first time.
Huh.
They moved on. Homeboy got a job out Arizona.
Waiting for it.
You guys can just flat out say it because I'm not going to catch up.
Okay, they're really taking their time here. We got 10 more picks to go, and it is 10:45.
Yeah. It'll be 1. I'll be going to sleep around 1.
Oh, yeah, we've been live for 3 hours. Oh, baby.
Easy. This is I'm just coasting.
I'll tell you what. I think you're with the right people when you can just continually just have these conversations. And so thank you to everybody that's decided we're worth your time.
Still over 300 people, 352 people watching right now.
I'll tell you right now. The fact that the YouTube has done so well and we're just like posting the videos not live now, like I think we got over 300 views on our last mock draft and we gained a few subs out of it. Yeah, we're over 300 views now. Like that means a ton because we were really having trouble previously. And it's just ever since we started this Barking Browns YouTube, it's been really good. So thank you to everybody for that support.
317 and 2 subs and in total 59 hours watched.
Y'all are a bunch of sexy people.
This is the first time they've actually showed Roger Goodell since I've been watching this stream.
Really?
I didn't realize he was at the podium.
I've really grown to dislike, like, I feel like the Pat McAfee show is like the most important thing about the Pat McAfee show is Pat McAfee and not the NFL draft. I just want the draft, man. Like, same thing with the Manning.
Yeah, I wish I could just watch the draft. I wish that was an option for me. I would do that.
Yeah, he was having TV issues. You weren't on the show.
I keyed him in. I couldn't watch the straight up feed.
But like, I feel the same way about the Manning cast. Like everybody, like, is this a hot take? Like everybody really loves the Manning cast. I won't watch it. Like, because like the game is secondary on the Manning cast. The
Well, yeah,
game is
that's my
primary.
issue. If it was literally just them breaking down the stuff going on the field, I'd rather watch that. But if
Right.
we're going to interview, Paul Rudd, which I like Paul Rudd, nothing wrong with Paul Rudd, not now. Yeah, the
Right.
McAfee thing is weird for me because I was in on Pat when he was still a player, man. He was doing stuff on YouTube, and I thought the dude was hilarious. He would go on NFL Network every now and again. It was always fun. So that when he first made his venture to go, I was with him. But it's like everything that I love when it's like underground. When it goes to the masses, I just let it go, and it's not mine anymore. It's like
There it is. There it is.
Quinyon.
There's Quinyon.
Oh, sorry, Casey. I don't know if you want us to say or
no,
not. say.
do I? For whatever reason, man, I have it on mute, so maybe they said it, but it never came across the screen. Weird.
Yeah, it's Quinyon, which makes it. That's a great pick for the Eagles.
That's a hell of a pick.
Yeah. But my Greg Newsome dream just died. So
no, well, hey man, that's the whole idea with the draft, right? And like the Eagles are just one of those teams now where they can just kind of let guys fall to them, and they did.
Hell of a pick. Hell of a pick. Quinyon's fantastic, man.
yeah, good for him, man. Good for him. He's
Goes to a
someone
great
who
situation.
his tape was his tape, so like the work was already done, but he didn't start getting that love until like the Senior Bowl circuit. And then it was in, like everyone kind of saw it live in action. And then it matches the tape that you see against lower level teams, but he dominated. But you could just tell how in the league was in on him at that point.
It's like you're gonna play at a smaller school, dominate, and it was the case when Quinyon Mitchell was on the field in the Mid-American Conference. He was the best player on that field every game this year.
Yeah.
And
yeah, but that goes two different ways because you could do that, but if you don't go to the Senior Bowl and dominate and like really show you're a dude, people, they'll dismiss that tape, but the work was already done.
No, so my little brother's an Eagles fan, so he called, he said, "Oh, I called it," and then my other brother just told him to go to sleep. He's got school tomorrow.
I want to play a little trivia game.
Let's go.
Michael Penix, Kyle Pitts, Drake London, B. John Robinson. Who's the oldest?
Drake London.
I'm gonna go Michael Penix.
Michael.
Oh, it is Michael Penix. I didn't know that you said Michael Penix. I didn't hear the whole list.
Hello. I won't stop. I'm not. I'm gonna be when we open the show tomorrow. I'm gonna yell about the damn Falcons.
He's still gonna be pissed about it tomorrow. Yeah.
Look, man, it's their journey. It's their journey. Let them have it. They want to. I don't get it. Why you go after Kirk if this is what your plan was?
Buccaneers just gonna roll out their delicious creamsicle uniforms and roll to the division title.
Falcons can still easily win it, man.
I'm just gonna tweet Penix to Nick Daly.
It's not like the Falcons can't win the division, right? They're still like right there with the Bucs.
It's a weak ass division, and we see what Kirk can do with those weapons. We'll find out. And
Kirk's how pissed. I mean,
dude, I'm saying, scorn Kirk Cousins. That's going to be like a new mythological character unlocked.
Why can't that ever like
scorn Kirk? All fucked up.
Kirk MVP forever. Like Kirk.
Penix ain't never playing.
It's 11 p.m. on a Thursday, and we're just
like unbelievable.
Saying things, man. I'm saying things.
I'm gonna let the Chicago Bears build an empire. Although, I mean, like, I hope the best for Brock Bowers, but like, I just view Las Vegas as a black hole. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
I super want to go to a game there.
Yeah,
I would love to do that.
Hey, we respect you, Drew. We love you. Have a good night, buddy.
Hey,
night, Drew. Thanks for rocking, man.
Yeah.
One of our friends we play fantasy with is a Commanders fan. He's in shambles over Jaden Daniels over Drake May.
Yeah,
but man, like he just
better.
Yeah, May's better. May's better. But I do argue that maybe Jalen's floor is higher.
Do you think Daniels has a higher ceiling?
No. Yes. But he does not have the arm talent that Drake May does. But because he has the legs,
right,
I think his ceiling's probably higher. I don't know. He doesn't. Drake May has massively far more arm talent, and don't forget, Drake May can move more than people want to give it. People keep talking about Drake May like he's Tom Brady.
Yeah.
No, Drake May can run.
So like Joe Burrow type running.
No.
Joe
Drake
Burrow's
May,
stronger.
He more than that. Yeah, May's a better runner than Joe Burrow.
I give Burrow's
a smart runner, is what he is.
Yeah,
he will tuck it at the right time, every now and again, and get a first down on you.
Mm-hmm.
Or he'll score. He scored in the red zone with his legs.
He's got enough speed just to avoid.
Yeah, he's a good athlete.
What do the Jaguars do here?
He's just frail.
JPJ.
Did they take him?
I haven't seen.
Is that your guess?
It's Brian Thomas.
Okay.
Yeah.
With Christian Kirk, yes, yep. That.
Yeah, but didn't you just pay old Brian Thomas? Didn't they just pay Gabe Davis?
I've seen. You know what?
It's funny you bring that up. Though, I just wanted to answer next question. In 2022, Drake May had almost 700 rushing yards.
Wow. Okay, that's a big deal. All right.
And that's when he was in the air raid system.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so Casey, to your point, I've been listening to a ton of stuff about the receiver class, and the bad outcome for Brian Thomas Jr. a lot of times is talked about as being Gabe Davis.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny you brought that up.
You can do this one thing. You're good at this one thing.
Yep.
If they shut that one thing down, can you counterpunch? Do you have another thing you can go to make you dangerous? He didn't have to at LSU, so we don't know.
Right.
Can he take to coaching? Can he expand his route tree?
I think
kid runs a low 4.3 and he's 200 pounds and 6'3". You like that?
Yeah.
That sounds great.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
That sounds good.
I just think the Jaguars had bigger needs. Like if you already got
they that's the thing. They played themselves because their plan was Calvin Ridley. And they misplayed that.
Right.
And they created a hole that did not exist by trying to be too smart and not wanting to give the Falcons a second instead of a third. So now you give them the third and you still don't have the player. You could have just had the player.
Right.
And gave him a second. Then you're not wasting a first round pick on a receiver. You can address it. Once again, Nick, team building. That's bad team building, man.
It's just that the team building doesn't make any sense to me. And it's nice to see that. It's nice to see that. Thanks.
Especially in the AFC. We need more of that in the AFC.
Right. Right. I would say the NFC teams are having a way better. I mean, and granted that their picks were because they're just the worst conference overall. But I feel like a lot of AFC teams have reached so far, or just made decisions that I just don't understand. Like Brock Bowers would probably be really good in Las Vegas, I'm sure, because he's Brock Bowers, and I get that he's like a crazy talent. But your team building is bad, and then you're taking Bo Nix in Denver, right? Like, woof.
We don't play either of those teams.
Or yeah,
is that correct?
I think. Let's see.
We don't play who?
I'll look it up.
Who finished second in the AFC West? Was it the Raiders?
Okay. So we play. Oh, we do play Jacksonville. Okay, so home.
Yeah, we play Jacksonville. I'm saying the AFC West. Who finished second? Because that's who we match up against them this year.
Raiders, right?
It was the Raiders?
I guess. Yeah. Yes.
It wasn't the Chargers. Yeah, it would be the Raiders because they had the lowest pick.
I'd rather play the Raiders than the Chargers.
Is that true? Hold on. Or is that the conference we play this year?
Okay, so here's the opponents. Here's the opponent. Oh yeah, we do play. Wait,
we play the whole conference, right?
Yes, we do.
So we play Bo next then. Cool.
Yeah.
Hope they start them.
Okay. Here's opponents, non-division opponents, home and away. Home is Kansas City, LA Chargers, Dallas Cowboys, New York Giants, Miami Dolphins, and Miami Dolphins. Away is
we play in Vegas.
Yeah, we do.
Damn it, dude. When
I think we're gonna go. Okay, so my friends, we go to one away game a year. They all want to go to Vegas. We don't. It depends how the schedule works out, right?
Yeah.
But if we can,
Here's,
we'll go to Vegas.
If the schedule works out, I'm scared because I think they're going to take my Jacksonville game away. I was going to go to the Jacksonville game, but that's probably going to be in London. I ain't going to London.
Agreed. It's going to go.
If it's in Jacksonville, I'm going to that game.
So,
man, I'd love to go to Vegas.
That's the one thing that I really like about the Browns' opponents next year is I feel like you get way more of the teams that
Hard
you would not want to go to at home.
Yeah,
you get the Chargers at home, you get the Chiefs at home, you get Miami
Dallas.
at home,
you get Dallas at home.
Yeah. No, I would rather have those games at home.
Right.
Yeah.
And so and away
defense can show up.
So away is Denver, Las Vegas, Philly, Washington, Jacksonville, New Orleans.
Philly sucks.
Yeah, Philly.
I was hoping it was in Brazil. I was like, I'd rather play them in Brazil than play them in Philly.
That would be Philly's.
My little brother is an Eagles fan, so we may have to try to make that happen. My brother Nick and I were talking about it. We're gonna probably have to make that.
Okay, so
my dude DJ is a huge Eagles fan.
So that's really interesting because like the Saints were fighting for the division for a while and ended up falling short, and they're the second place team that we play. So rather than the Bucks, because it could have been the Bucks very easily. Yeah, we could have had Baker Mayfield round 2.
I'm good on that for now. See you in the Super Bowl, Bake.
Right.
The Saints game's a maybe for me too, man. I could see myself going if the Jacksonville game doesn't work out. I could see me going to a game in New Orleans.
So as it stands right now, the Browns get Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels, Aiden O'Connell.
Gardner Minshew. It'll be Minshew.
Okay. Gardner Minshew and Derek Carr as 4 of their away games.
Okay.
I
think you like that, right?
You like that. You do. Well, I'm going to put that. That's going to be my morning tweet for tomorrow.
There you go.
This is the brainstorm right here.
All right.
Miles is going to feast on them.
Pick is in for Detroit.
Straight up.
His pick is in for Detroit. Think Detroit went kind of nuts yesterday, right?
They traded up.
They paid Panay, and now Amon-Ra is the highest paid receiver. Didn't see that coming.
And Dallas with all their needs is trading down. Oh, I guess.
Who is
Dallas? Is Dallas going to be the one to pull the trigger on Xavier Worthy?
That one.
But who's Detroit trading up for?
Next to CD. Oh. Okay, if I'm gonna guess, I'm just gonna guess.
Corner?
I'd say they go defense. I don't think it'll be a linebacker.
Corner?
Although
it'll be Peyton Wilson, just Detroit, just linebacker.
They traded the 24th pick.
Hey, buddy boy.
They traded the 29th pick and a 3rd round pick to go up. They're going
to go full Dorsey, dude. They're going to say, fuck your board.
They're just take another linebacker.
Just take a linebacker straight up.
Like another running back, right? They just are like Jonathan Brooks, Trey Benson, whatever.
It's the Lions.
The Lions.
Brad Holmes will be beating his chest.
It's got to be.
Let's go.
Because Green Bay needs defense too. They traded in front of Green Bay. Love that.
The game inside of the game, man.
The game inside of the game.
You got to screw your opponent over.
Yeah. I feel like the Lions probably had like some type of like presentation for their draft pick, and now all of that's just like shit canned because they traded up and.
After this pick, I'm gonna take a little piss break.
Yeah, you got a bladder full of iron, man. I don't know. You're a monster.
What's going on with Jacob?
I think he knows who the pick is, but I don't know.
No, I don't.
Cody Goffington. That is a real jersey I just saw.
No way, for real?
Yeah, he's holding it up. It says Cody Goffington.
I love that.
I love Detroit fans. Detroit fans are every bit of what Cleveland would be if they were there.
I'm with you guys. Just fucking take Peyton Wilson. Just
go full Detroit, dude.
Come on,
go full Doors.
Bite off kneecaps.
Or is it Darius Robinson, the edge defensive tackle?
Yeah, that actually makes sense.
Showing they're showing a guy who I'm assuming looks like a corner. He's got a corner build to me.
Okay, Terrion Arnold.
I'm not sure who he is. Oh, it is him. It is that guy. Well, they haven't made the pick yet, but they are showing him.
Here he comes.
Yeah, Kool-Aid makes sense here too. Press man, real aggressive, got a cool name.
That would be a full Doors thing to do.
Pick is in. Okay, what do we got?
Here he comes. Graham Barton's out there. DeJean. Johnny Newton. Ooh, it could be Johnny Newton.
This is, by the way, this whole where the wide receivers are right now. Browns are getting a wide receiver tomorrow.
Very well could, man.
Or the third.
Yeah. It's all about the board, man.
Yeah.
We'll see how it plays out.
See what we got. Still
Keon Coleman falling.
I was listening to analysis about Keon Coleman, and the analyst said if there was one receiver that could run through a brick wall to get the football, it's Keon Coleman.
Mm-hmm.
And that has stuck with me. In the class, obviously. But, that would be fun. I would love that.
I'm watching Goodell. They're not showing anything on the screen. They're introducing some chick who's going to make the pick.
They got it looks like a bunch of local high school people. They're taking their good old time. Okay, so they've introduced someone to announce the pick.
Mm-hmm. I'm watching her talk. I think what's really happened is my stream's up, but they're just not showing the picks on the McAfee thing.
And
I got it muted, so maybe they're talking about it. I just can't tell what they're talking about because they're not flashing any graphics. And apparently, I suck at lip reading.
No, it's the other Alabama corner. Terrion Arnold.
Yeah, that's who you said, Casey. Okay.
And it was a corner indeed.
Yeah. Here's the second corner on my board.
Makes a lot of sense. Detroit needs corners bad. Especially for them going up against Green Bay, and they're just stable. And Chicago. Oh, my God, the receivers in that division.
Terrion Arnold is big, man.
Jacob. What? Where does Cooper DeJean go now?
Minnesota.
Where's he going?
Cleveland. Hey, if he drops, he can go to Cleveland.
Just a thought. Is there a better division as a whole of wide receivers than the NFC North?
Let's go.
Yeah, no, getting Cooper or Terrion Arnold. Yeah, it's probably a necessity for Detroit more so than anything.
I mean,
it's hey, we've got to do this, man. We've got to go out and we got to make this shit happen.
You're just we got to play Justin Jefferson. We got to play DJ Moore and Keenan Allen.
Yeah.
And we've got to play.
What's crazy is the Packers don't have a 1, but they have 5 2s.
Right.
They're all good.
Wicks.
They're all real good. Wicks is nasty. They get if homeboy stays healthy, they. I love the kid. They got on Michigan State last year.
Jaden Reed. No.
Yeah, Jaden.
Yeah. Jaden Reed.
Love that kid, man. They got good players.
They
don't have a true 1, but.
And then Dobbs and Christian Watson.
Yeah, they got enough 2s that it's a problem.
Christian Watson, if Christian Watson's hamstrings would be intact, I feel like he could be a 1.
Hey, can you tell me what that one handsome podcast host that beat the table for Christian Watson? Could you tell me his name?
I remember. He just needs, like, if his hand, I mean, he showed he was dog. He was averaging over 2 yards per route run last year with Aaron Rodgers, which is a god tier. Like, if you're over 2 yards per route run, that's where you want to be. Showed he could be it, but I don't know. Oh, are they okay? Interesting. Okay, so for a minute, I saw Ladd McConkey, and I thought Green Bay had just taken him, and I was.
So is he in the room? Did he go to the? Is he at the draft?
I don't know. They were
See,
showing.
They haven't shown any pictures of the green room on this. I have no idea what players are actually there. I have no idea who showed up to the draft this year.
Most of them have been from the green room. There's been some, like the lineman. It seems like the Titans lineman was there, but
JJ wasn't there. Michael Penix isn't there. Was Penix there?
I don't remember. I was in such shock and anger.
Bo Nix wasn't there. Yeah, that's true. You're going to have to clip that thing up in like at 1 minute and 20 minutes because I know I went like this. I know that my eyes went.
Yeah, that's by far been the biggest curveball. I'd say the next curveball is probably Bowers to the Raiders.
Yeah, and then like I just didn't think Denver would draft Bo Nix. Like that's nuts to me.
It's Sean Payton, man.
Yeah.
They don't have a second-round pick. They're going in with Jarrett Stidham, Zach Wilson, and Ben DiNucci. Like,
we're going to go smash them, and I'm going to take pleasure in doing so. I'm still.
That is a place we have not won.
You're going to pleasure yourself while it happens?
No, listen. I was in the first. So we went to like 6 away games for 6 years until we saw a win, right? And the first one was on, it was like right by Christmas, but it was in Denver on Saturday night.
Yeah,
and actually, Emily Mayfield came and was tailgating at the tailgate that I was at, and we were all like starstruck, like, "Oh my God, that's Emily Mayfield," you know. And yeah, I watched Jabril Pepper sack Case Keenum, and then there
Pepper on it,
and we were just chanting, "Here we go, Brownies!" the whole way out of Mile High. It was amazing. I almost got. They didn't take very kindly to "Here we go, Brownies" all the way out of the stadium after they just lost.
Yeah.
They didn't like that very much.
It's fun taking over a stadium, dude. It's like the best feeling.
Indy was like that last year. There were Colts fans there, but we had a ton of Browns fans there. That was fun.
The Thursday night game in 2014 in Cincinnati, we beat them like 28-3. And by the fourth quarter, it was just us. They all left. It was our stadium. And someone to my left started the chant, Brian Hoyer. Dun, 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 dun. And it was ringing around the stadium. And it was just crazy to be a part of that. It's like
amazing.
28-3. Fun times. I've never seen the Browns lose on the road, but I've only been to games in Cincinnati. So
I was at the game in Detroit when Deshaun Kaiser QB sneaked.
Oh, did you just get the ESPN notification?
No.
Falcons quarterback Kirk Cousins frustrated by team selection.
No way.
No shit.
Corn Kirk, dude. The kid's going to throw for 45 touchdowns this year.
There is not a better quarterback.
Kirk Cousins going to throw for 45 touchdowns.
Kirk is the most disrespected good quarterback I've ever seen.
He's going to be like Fitzpatrick. He's going to come in wearing chains, low cut shirts, sunglasses in his interviews. Watch, dude. Kirk might grow a beard this year.
Like the Falcons literally had it all. They've drafted all these offensive weapons, and they took a remarkably good quarterback just off the free agent market, right? You have it all right there for you, and you draft Michael Penix.
Yeah. Which, if you didn't have a quarterback, I'd be like, that's good. You got a a quarterback.
Right.
A guy who's competent, and you signed for 4 years. If it was a 1-year deal, I get it. You know, it's not.
Fine. Right.
You're going to set a kid for 4 seasons?
Right. Yes, 4 years. Yikes.
I mean, maybe Kirk didn't play that whole thing. I don't know, but whatever.
Even if he,
it's weird behavior for a team that should be all in.
Right. and has every ability to be, because most of their truly elite players are cheap.
All right. They're all clapping. Someone picked somebody.
Yeah, the Packers are picking. They
Okay.
took.
I had him as a first-round tackle.
Do you want to know?
Yeah.
They took Jordan Morgan.
He was the wild card for me. The tackle that was a wild card.
Makes sense.
Had the injury this year really, really limited him the ACL, but he's a really nice athlete. Some people want to move him into guard. I think some of that. I don't know.
So I really got to take a piss break now. I'll be back, boys.
Do your thing, man.
I like Jordan Morgan. I like Jordan Morgan more than a lot of people. I think that's a good pick. I think Jordan Morgan's a good pick.
I feel like they got sniped for a corner because the Packers definitely need a corner, but feels like a solid pivot. Like you just found out that you have a franchise quarterback in Jordan Love, protect him and move it on forward. The NFC North is probably my second favorite division. Like, just as an objective football fan, I love that division. I love all those teams in it.
Where's I have to pull up my Jordan Morgan notes. I've got him here.
I'm ready.
Here we go. Here's my Jordan Morgan notes. He's got shorter arms, under 33-inch arms. I think that has a lot to do with people that think he should be a guard. He's got a ton of experience. He's a good power, good athlete. I wouldn't say he's a mauler, and I wouldn't say he's a freak athlete, but I think he's good at both. I think he plays with good strength. He moves well. I think his lateral agility and quickness to pull is pretty good. And that's also where some people say, well, if he goes to guard, he does pull well. So that could be a transition to guard and why that would make sense.
Okay.
I don't like his hands. For a dude that's played as much as he has, his hand placement and usage is okay. And then I think it's just inconsistent. A lot of it comes from the hands. Like he doesn't play consistently with leverage like you would want him as a tackle and some things like that. But I think he's good at like everything. I don't know that he's great at many things. But
Jeff just tweeted me Michael Penix.
Oh, is that why he put an LOL in the?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what he was like. He put an LOL in there randomly, and I wasn't sure what he was LOLing. But
okay, so
that makes sense.
What do you think is more likely? The Lions win the division again, or somebody not named the Lions wins the NFC North?
I think they win the division again.
Okay. I think that's.
But the Packers they're not that far behind them.
I agree. I just think the Detroit has more talent on defense to me, and I think that because like the offenses are definitely close. Although, I mean, I don't the running back signing whose name I can't remember right now from the Raiders.
Josh Jacobs.
What the Josh Jacobs signing there feels super weird to me. It's like that dude has a gazillion carries on his resume, and they signed him to a pretty substantial deal. And it's like Aaron Jones was still playing really well for them. That move to me just like didn't make a ton of sense.
It was weird.
We're almost there. We're at 26, Tampa Bay.
We are. We're at 26. I would say this would be a good landing spot. This would be a good landing spot for Johnny Newton. right? Or maybe Dallas is Johnny Newton's landing spot.
I'm not sure. I'm curious, like, okay, so as we get to the end here, you've got Buffalo and Kansas City, both of which I think could go receiver. And I think that's a really big question to me, is like kind of as the Browns look in the second round.
I think Casey turned his camera off to do some blow. I don't know if he heard me.
I'm just curious. And then, so Arizona picks again. I want to know.
Yeah.
I like Arizona. I like Marvin Harrison, Trey McBride, Michael Wilson is fun. And Kyler. That's going to be a fun offense. And James Conner, who is still somehow James Connering over there. It's going to be fun. I can't help but look at it from the fantasy perspective. And it's like, really, besides the 49ers in that division, the defenses aren't great. I don't know. And so your Buccaneers, you had a nice little playoff run. You won the division. Who do you pick?
I would pick Johnny Newton. Would you pick Johnny Newton, Casey?
Oh, you might be having a hard time.
I don't know.
Okay, we're almost there. All of a sudden, we've been live for almost 4 hours, which is kind of crazy to me.
Yeah, 3 hours and 37 minutes. Yeah.
And I am feeling that 2 a.m.
Hey, we hit 600 followers on the Twitch. That's
Did we
cool.
really? Okay. Oh yeah.
Ooh, Graham Barton. Graham Barton is the pick.
All right. No more Ryan Jensen, huh? He was their center, Ryan Jensen.
Yeah, but Graham Barton, I think he's a tackle.
Why are they listening?
Tackle can play guard. Go on,
He can play-
audio back, boys.
He can play guard, but they're listing him as a center.
Interesting.
He probably is a guard, though.
He's 6'5".
Oh, he has played center. That's right.
And yeah, they're showing highlights of him playing left tackle.
Yeah, he was their left tackle this year. But he's a smaller guy, so I think he's a guard. He's a guard or he's a center. He has 34 starts at left tackle and 5 at center. Were you doing blow?
Who? Me?
Yeah. Did you not hear us? We were like, I said, I think Casey.
My audio wasn't working. That's what the message says to you guys.
Oh, I didn't.
I couldn't, like, whatever. Like, when I'd go to the thing, it said my shit was connected, and I'd hit the test, but then you guys weren't saying shit. I couldn't, I had to, like, turn all my shit off and turn it back on. So, no, I don't know what Dastardly things you said about me. They're probably true, though.
I said he keeps turning his camera off so it can do some blow.
Snorty's wild berry punch Skittle mix water things.
Oh,
I took a glorious piss, though.
Here we go.
Good for
Here we
you.
go. Arizona's second pick.
Cardinals pick. Yeah, Cardinals pick. I think they probably go defense. Maybe lineman.
Boy, they could use a Trey Benson.
Ooh, yuck.
Yeah.
I'm not on the Darius Robinson train, man.
That's a pick. Okay. Well,
He tests.
It has to be the right situation, man. So they're running a 3-4. So you're going to play him as your Cam Hayward. He'll be listed as an end, play mostly 4-eye, clean up space for the outside rushing backer. I think he's limited in a 3-4 and a 4-3. He can play end or tackle. I would have thought a 4-3 team would be. I don't know. I'll say this: he reminds me a lot of Danico Autry, who I do like.
Yeah. I just
Situation.
I don't know. I think 27's a little high for him. He's a tweener, man. Like,
Well, he's going to play 4-eye because they're not going to. He's not going to be a stand-up edge rusher in the 3-4. So they're going to. He's going to be that 4-eye guy. I can kind of see it, man. He won't be down. He won't be down in the middle, running point. But
we 31. Okay, we got 5 picks left in the first round, right?
that is
So over under 2 wide receivers.
what did I miss?
Graham
What's
Barnes.
Yeah,
Graham Barnes' only pick that I missed.
I think so. Yeah. I'll say 2. Let's make it 2.5. Right. That makes it. So either 2 receivers or 3 or over. 2 or under, 3 or over.
I say it'll be 2.
I want to see the board real quick.
Okay.
Get eyes on it.
I think Buffalo is going to take a wide receiver here.
I think Buffalo and Kansas City will.
Yeah.
The question is, will Baltimore?
I think Dallas will.
I can see a world where Kansas City takes a tackle.
This is where that like great wide receiver class pays off, I think. Maybe. Well, I don't know. Like Buffalo needs like an AD Mitchell body type, but I don't know. I feel like if Buffalo needs, they already have Khalil Shakir, who was pretty good.
Yeah,
He's like their slot guy, right? And they signed Curtis Samuel. They need a big receiver.
It'll break my heart if this happens, but I can also see a world in which Buffalo they will get.
Oh, Kansas City is on the clock.
Did they trade up?
They're on the
Ahead
clock.
of Dallas? Who do they want ahead of Dallas?
A wide receiver
I could see that. Yeah.
or a tackle. Oh, it could be a tackle.
Because you know what's interesting? Dallas
Guyton's still on the board, right?
Yes.
Dallas let Michael Gallup walk, right? Didn't he sign somewhere else?
He might have, but he's not any good anymore, so it doesn't really.
I get that, but Brandon Cooks is old.
Man, really can't Kansas City win up Buffalo? If it's a wide receiver, Buffalo doesn't have any freaking wide receivers.
Maybe they.
And they traded back?
But not that far, right? Like 4 spots?
Yeah, they traded back to
5
32.
I haven't seen what they gave up. But yeah. You know what? So obviously Kansas City is Super Bowl champion, and I get that. But lost in that was how putrid their offense was for a good portion of the season. Like, this has to be a wide receiver. Yeah. It has to be. Travis Kelce gets older. It doesn't have to be.
Doesn't have to be. They need the same thing, man. Their offensive line ain't all that.
That's fair.
That's their two areas: wide receiver and tackle.
And they gave up L'Jarius Sneed.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick Mahomes just covers so much of that up.
Yeah, and Reed. It's well run, man, and they structured that contract. It's like they did the thing.
I just feel like with Rashee Rice, getting in trouble
up in the air. Yeah, no, there's definitely an argument to taking a wide receiver here.
I get what you're saying though. Like they do have other needs, but yeah, whoever they traded up for, they must mean business for to get. This is going to
be very telling.
Yeah.
Man, I just was looking in my group chat with Browns Wire, and Corey Kinnon's on the same wavelength as me. He's like, Johnny Newton.
Okay. See where it goes.
If Johnny keeps falling, what if Johnny falls to 37?
Okay, so going into this draft, just speaking per position, how many blue chips did you have?
Six, seven.
Newton's my last one standing.
Yeah, he's a
This
blue
is the
chip.
last guy I consider
Yeah.
a blue chip.
And I probably had 6, 7. Yeah, I'd say 6 or 7.
Whoever Newton goes to is getting one hell of a value.
Could that be what KC jumped Dallas for?
I don't know. But you mocked in our mock, you had Newton going to Dallas at like 22 or 23. We're still sitting here.
Yeah, whatever
You
his
know what I
regular
mean?
pick was.
Yeah. 22, I believe. I have right ahead of the 23.
24.
Minnesota. Was it 24? It's
Yeah.
earlier. It's getting later. He's still out there. And even that was late for me.
Yeah.
Ultimate prospect fatigue. Whatever this is, you have to invest in Mahomes, whether that's a weapon or protection.
Mm-hmm.
You have to, you know what I mean? Just keep loading the gun up for that kid.
There's a lot of people that are making fun of the Cowboys because they said they're all in and they've been essentially non-existent.
And then they traded back.
Yeah, and they traded back.
And somebody leapfrogged.
I just fucking spoiled the pick for myself, and I'm upset.
Dude, I have not been on the social media.
I don't know why I was doing that. I forgot. Like
My goal was to tweet during this, and I haven't done it at all. I get wrapped up in conversation and the drama of the draft. The draft's dope, man.
Yeah.
There's no other.
What a freaking night, man. Oh my god. And we've got even more
So much
shenanigans
Browns
and puns.
coming. I don't know how. Well, I don't know. I forgot how upsetting it is to have picks spoiled. I will not be looking anymore.
Yeah, it's very upsetting.
It is.
So you guys both know what it is?
I do.
I do.
Okay. I'm just seeing Barry Sanders talk. That's all they're doing for me. So I have no idea. It just says on the clock.
They're showing us.
I can tell everyone they've lost and re-signed, and
they're definitely about to announce it.
I'll say we're talking about receivers. I know everybody's real excited about Hollywood Brown, and I get the fit because he is a hell of a field stretcher. But at the end of the day, I don't think that amounts to more than 6 touchdowns.
He's
a piece,
right?
No doubt. He's a field stretcher, but like I know people like acting like they're about to be wide receiver 1 numbers coming from that. It's like I don't see that out of that kid. And he's not shown to be that.
He was like really productive in Arizona, and then it completely fell off at this in the second half of last year. And I'm not really sure. Like he's still 26.
Yeah, he's young. He's fast. Like I get the fit, man. Like
they signed him to a 1-year deal, so it's like it's not going to be your long-term answer unless you guys get a deal done.
Just think he's a 2 at best.
Makes sense.
Even with Mahomes, I think you still need to have a 1.
We're looking here. They've got somebody here to announce the pick. I'm not sure who. It's hard to tell on mute who this person is.
I don't know. I'm not even getting that, man.
Okay, they're taking their time with this one.
It's a Make-A-Wish kid.
Okay. Okay, maybe the guy in the jersey is his dad or something.
Yeah, his dad who gave him a kidney transplant.
His dad gave him a kidney transplant?
Fucking hero right there. I'd give you guys a kidney.
I'll give you a kidney.
You might not want my kidney, but I'd give it to you.
There it is.
It is. It's Savior worthy. Which makes a ton. That's going to be. Oh, man.
Also, duplication of skill sets with Hollywood Brown. They got a field stretcher. Well,
There's
even
one.
Field stretcher.
There's one wide
they
receiver.
Got a type, man. They got a type in KC.
4-2-1, dude. He's just a cheat code.
Maybe that's just
Like, and if all he is a field stretcher at the next level, that's fine because he's gonna be
I
damn
think he could
good.
be better than that, though.
What?
I do. I agree.
He's probably going to be a slot field stretcher for you too. Kind of move him around, try to manipulate stuff, pull the middle of the defense out, and you have a quarterback that can make whatever the throw needs to be.
He's got good body control. I think he's a better route runner than some people give him credit for.
I think he's a better tracker. That's because I heard people down on that. It's like, no, I've seen a bad tracker with track speed. That ain't it. Like he can, he'll locate. He'll get his head around.
Casey, we've been talking about the theme of team building throughout this, right?
Yeah.
Like, how do you make more space for an aging Travis Kelce? You draft
pull everything out. Pull everything out, man. Yeah.
And then you let the guy. You just let Travis keep doing his thing.
Hey, where's Taylor?
Taylor? Oh, I don't know.
T Swift.
I didn't think about it until I did.
No, I don't make the correlation.
Yeah, but yeah, Xavier
You
Worthy.
just said Travis Kelce. You said Travis Kelce.
I know, and it took me a minute.
Good.
But yeah, this just makes so much good for. I mean, I hate it, right? But this is why the Chiefs are good. They make good decisions. Did
I play you guys?
I also said this before the draft. I said that if Xavier Worthy goes in the first round, he has a high chance to be a bust because he'll be overdrafted. He went to the one place that I feel pretty safe about for him.
Right. Like if there's something to be had from Xavier, they're going to get it.
Yeah. If he'd have went to another team where they're just searching for a wide receiver one, but you went to it, that's going to be a good fit.
So how do you feel if you're a Bills fan that you just get swapped with your biggest competition in the AFC so that they could get a wide receiver when you have none?
I don't think they were in on him though. I don't think that was good. I don't think Worthy.
Yeah, but now you got Dallas and Baltimore that very well could take wide receivers too, and 3 of them be gone because you traded back.
I think
either of them take it.
I bet you Buffalo wants AD Mitchell, and if they don't get
Keon or Xavier Legette, they're going to get a bigger body guy.
One of those 3, I would say I would wager a lot.
Okay, so the next 2 picks, you got Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Johnny Newton spot. Then you got Baltimore. I hate to say it. Cooper DeJean.
Oh, he dropped it.
I think Baltimore will draft a wide receiver.
I don't. But boy, they've done it like 3 of the last 5 years in the first round, haven't they?
But they did bring back Rashad Bateman.
I was so in on that kid.
I haven't seen. Do you want to know, Casey?
Yeah.
Tyler Guyton.
Okay.
So we're just the offensive tackles, man.
That was another thought that you could think of for the Ravens too, because they traded Morgan Moses away. They're Daniel Falele is their other tackle. They're in need of a tackle themselves.
Tyler Guyton's was a tight end at one point, 6'7", 320. Okay. Just a phenomenal athlete at the position. He's a right tackle by trade, but I think he's got the athleticism, size, arm length, tools. I think he can be a left tackle.
Similar to Mims, is we don't know what his ceiling could be because he's so raw, but you see all the physical attributes. Stuff that offensive line coaches would drool over.
I hate his hands. Oh God. But
what would you say his weight is?
They list him at 322.
Looks like he could put another 15 to 20 on too.
Easy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Being that tall.
It's impossible.
Yeah, you'll see it when you look at him like Jesus.
Yeah, it's impossible to look skinny at 322 unless you're 6'7". Yeah. And there's I wouldn't say much body fat on him.
No, sir.
Ooh, that's okay.
The Ravens pick is in. I think they're going to take their time, but I just
I'm gonna be super pissed if it's Cooper DeJean. I'm gonna be super pissed.
Oh no!
I'm gonna be so pissed.
No.
don't know anything about Cooper DeJean.
Just no. Just say no, Nick.
No.
Hey, did I play you
Don't
the
wanna.
other
It's not there.
from TikTok about the balls in the butthole?
I don't know. I don't think so.
You didn't? I thought you did. I thought you played it for us.
I thought so.
Oh yeah.
Played it
Yeah.
for me, I heard it.
Okay.
Maybe I played it for you when we were on the show on Friday.
I have no idea. They all blend together, man.
I know. We did a show Tuesday. We're doing a show tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Well, you're not.
Saturday.
Dude, you know I'm gonna try to sneak away at some point because I know
Yeah,
we're going downtown to eat.
He's gonna go into the bathroom too, Nick, and he's gonna join us periodically.
Dude, if I can do it, I'll join you from a waterfall right in the middle of downtown.
I'm trying to see.
Pretty funny.
I'm trying to
Okay.
see if I can see Sashi Brown. They're showing the Ravens War Room.
I think it's I think it's gonna be Cooper DeJean.
What if it was Peyton Wilson? Either one of those would suck for us.
Oh, so Diana
Or-
Rossini.
Or it could be Johnny Newton. They're just not going to overthink it, are they? They're just going to get like the best guy.
Diana Rossini said that the Falcons called Kirk when they were on the clock to let him know.
Yeah, that ain't cool. I don't know, man. You just paid him.
But he knew they were going to understood a quarterback would be added, but he did not believe the successor would be taken in the first.
Yeah. It's a gut punch. It's not quite Jordan Love to Aaron Rodgers, but it's close, right?
Big Play Dave posted Bengals first round pick Amarius Mims has requested to be traded.
He had that loaded. Didn't matter who they were picking.
Yeah, 100%. He had that one.
That's gold.
He just had to change the name and the picture. That's all he had to do. That's like I've done that before in articles, like where I pre-wrote things and I just needed to change the name. Like, oh, this is the on the because we do news things too. We don't just do like analysis and stuff. So a lot of times we're just like, hey, the Browns cut this guy or whatever. So you just you set it up and you get most of it pre-written.
You got a template.
Or you write it if they're losing a game bad, you start writing it about losing. And if they turn it around,
to win, then you gotta I like doing instant reactions to games, though. That's fun. Oh, they just spoiled themselves. They showed Albert Breer's tweet. Didn't see this coming.
Ooh, I don't know who that is.
Nate Wiggins might be the best cover corner in this class, but he's like $165.
Yeah, dude's light in the ass and massively fast. He was right behind Worthy's time.
Yeah, what is it? He ran 4.24 maybe?
Yeah, he's that fast.
He's ridiculous. He'll chase you
his
down.
weight between 173 and 185. I've never seen that before for a weight.
Yeah. And I mean 173 I think is what they listed him as. I don't think he was 170. I think he was 160.
He looks very small.
I mean, he's like Casey said, he's fast as shit and he's a great coverage player.
Yeah.
But if he goes up and against some of the bigger, more physical wide receivers, he's going to have issues.
All right, all three of us, now that we're here and no one picked a receiver to get to Buffalo, which receiver is Buffalo taking? Stake your claim.
AD Mitchell. Right. He's that dude that if he gets his head on straight, he could probably be really good.
Are you going to say the K word over there, Jacob? You going to say it? You going to say it?
No.
You got to pick one. Pick a receiver. Pick a receiver.
Absolutely not.
They're picking a receiver.
Pick a different one then. Here.
I think
stake this claim. AD is a good one, man.
Hey, something?
Okay.
Okay. I'll say Xavier Leggett.
Okay. Here's an interesting thing.
I want to change my answer to Xavier Leggett.
If there's any truth to any of these Brandon Ayuk rumors, San Francisco
Yeah.
could take a wide receiver right here.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
Yeah.
like if they draft a wide
They
receiver in
could.
the first round,
They could.
yeah.
I wonder if they were working the phones, because that was the rumor. That wasn't even just Ayuk, it was Debo and Ayuk. It was going to be whatever it took them to move up to go get a guy. So I wonder if those conversations happened and they fell short.
4 hours. We just hit 4 hours.
Let's go.
Look at us.
Look at us. I think the 49ers would be really dumb to get rid of Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, me too. I was wanting him. That's who I wanted us to trade for, dude. That was my white whale.
Oh yeah, it's their first round pick since 2021.
Woof.
Okay, so why wouldn't Johnny Newton go here? They got Kinlaw to be the guy, and he wasn't.
Going to Cleveland.
That'd be a great answer. It's not happening, but like that'd be sweet.
We are always happy to hang out with you, Jeff.
Yes, we are.
Hell yeah.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
Feel better. That sucks.
You've been with us the whole time.
That sucks.
4 hours.
That is something.
It was like, whoa. Oh, Josh Dobbs is in San Fran. That's right.
I did not know that. I forgot that completely.
I forgot too.
Another move that I forgot happened. Jimmy Garoppolo's in LA.
Yeah, that's nice.
Backing up Stafford. I forgot that happened.
Oh yeah.
That's you just got two quarterbacks like McVay knows is going to put the ball exactly where it needs to be. And it just, especially with Stafford's injury history, like I think, LA is going for it. Like they're seeing how long this window can be. Right. And I feel like Garoppolo is a perfect secondary answer to that. I hope Stafford's fun. I'm
so happy that I've already had one piece of content to make about Jameis Winston with him interviewing that fish.
That was awesome.
That came out while we were streaming.
Yeah, and then I got that was a clip I had to talk about on Cleveland.com, and it was like my first question. I was like, Dave, can a backup quarterback get a weekly quarterback show? Because that should happen. Get Jameis in front of the mic as many times as possible.
Agreed.
Gather around him. Let him say fun, interesting shit. And what I like about him is he's serious as shit about his craft, how he goes, but he does not take himself serious at all.
No.
The difference there, that dude's all about ball and cares about team, and he's all in, but he don't take himself serious, dude. He's fun. Just a fun dude.
The pick is in, which means we officially have the last pick on the clock. Last pick on the clock. I look homeless, and I know I've looked like that this whole time. I'm very aware of that. So anybody out there, before you think you're going to hurt my feelings in the comments, my wife says 10 things 10 times worse than that every day. So nice try.
Okay. Where did Chase Young go?
Yeah,
I remember.
Let me think about it. Hold on.
New Orleans.
Was it New Orleans? Mm-hmm. All I was thinking was South, and I started scanning all the South teams in my head. I know.
Okay.
I respect these people on TV just powering through it, because here I am.
Right.
Just powering through it.
I can see why in some years the analysis went downhill as it went longer, because you just kind of get to a point and you're just like, okay.
I'm like, all right, well, we got, here comes Raj.
The old Raj. Brandon.
Slick
Holy
Rick.
Corona.
Rick. Oh, that's
Okay, Brandon Ayuk's getting traded. Ain't no
He's a
way.
complete Z, man. He's older prospect, but he's a complete Z. Kid's got shake, man.
Oh,
Ayuk's probably like, let's see, how old is Pearsall? 20.
he's 24, I think.
Yeah, I was
Right,
thinking he's 24. He's an older prospect.
Ayuk's only 2 years older than him. He's been in
So
the
listen
league.
to this. So Arizona State had Jaden Daniels, Ricky Pearsall, and Johnny Wilson. Like,
Yeah. They didn't do dick.
no, I didn't know they were there.
No, I didn't.
Now you hit a 6'7" receiver, a freak Z and Pearsall, and then Daniels, who went second overall. Didn't even know you were there when you were there. But our boy Randy did. ASU grad.
Oh, yes, he did. He's loved Slick Rick for a long time.
Dude, but who did a bigger like glam up than Pearsall going from Arizona State? You see his pictures, then he gets to Florida.
Oh, Carolina's on the clock.
Xavier Legette. Watch this.
If Buffalo went down twice for wide receivers both times, because wide receiver goes with Kansas City, then you get a wide receiver off the board.
But they only fall back one pick. So say they're in on Keon Coleman and they know this isn't the pick, then you just gain assets and still get your guy.
They got a pick swap, so they slide.
Yeah, because that was the first pick in the second round. Was
yeah.
I know.
So they go back one pick, you still get your guy and you get assets. No, you obviously if Carolina goes and takes the guy that you wanted, then you fucked up. Period.
Right. But they just traded for Deontay Johnson. They drafted Mingo last year.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that doesn't really. They need another wide receiver.
Man, Johnny Newton's fallen. How is Johnny Newton not a first round pick?
I don't know.
You could.
But Darius Robinson is.
Man. So Ayuk, that's like this is like okay. Let's just talk about this for a second because two of the most reported Ayuk destinations are Pittsburgh and Baltimore.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, of course.
Of course. But this almost guarantees it. I see no way Ayuk is on the 49ers roster to start the year. I don't. Why would he be?
If I'm the New England Patriots, I'm making this happen.
Yes, that's how you started Drake May career.
Mm-hmm.
That's how.
You don't go get Brandon Ayuk.
Go get Brandon. Yeah, he probably won't even cost you like super crazy wide receiver, like because he's been less prominent because of all the weapons there. Like Brandon Ayuk can be a wide receiver 1, 100%, and he probably won't cost wide receiver 1 trade compensation. At least I don't think so. Okay, so
they're going to lose him either way because he's going into his 5th-year option. So if they're not going to re-sign him, they're just going to pay him 1 year for that much money. I doubt they do it 2 years in a row because then it's exponentially more. But okay, if you're the Bills and you're at 33 now, are you calling Cincinnati tonight? Like, hey, you want that 33rd pick? Give me T. Higgins.
Oh.
If you're Buffalo,
yeah, I'd do that in a heartbeat.
To match for Josh, like, hey man, I'll get you a guy.
And then you've gained a bunch of picks in route to acquiring T. Higgins. Oh yeah. Yep. I'm in. Right, because you could still at this point you're Cincinnati, right? You can still draft a very exciting wide receiver here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
which I mean I hate.
Market.
Yeah,
me too, but
that would make a ton of sense.
I'm Buffalo. It's must. You got all night to think about it,
right? And the value just builds because people look at the boards and yeah, that's just gamesmanship.
Casey Randy just ruined it for me.
I fucking
because he just texted me. No,
even see my
I'm not looking. I'm not ready. I stayed up to this pick. I'm not knowing what it is.
I'm still guessing Xavier Legette. Still my guess.
That would be such a double down on a type.
I think they were going to go. I think he was their pick at 33, and I think they got nervous when a receiver went right in front of him.
They swapped down around to make this move. They gave up a fifth.
They gave up a fifth and got a sixth. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but what all did Buffalo gain tonight with two trade outs? Two trade outs to get out of the first round.
Yeah, I don't remember what
fourth and 2/5. No, they traded down farther. I don't know what they got in the first one.
Xavier Legette.
Wow.
The dream is dead, gentlemen.
It's all right. The Keon Coleman dream is still alive.
So you're Buffalo. Imagine the risk Buffalo's taking now. Like, you're fans of the Bills, right? And you're saying we traded out of Xavier Worthy and Xavier Legette.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if it doesn't go well for them this year, like, this is the type of stuff that get you fired. Honestly.
Well, it depends on what those two guys do.
Right. I mean, it all depends on that, but I'm just saying.
Especially because it's the Chiefs, it'll be the knife.
Yeah.
If like, oh, now, Xavier Legette or Xavier Worthy has 800 yards and 6 touchdowns and their offense is just rolling and you can't stop them.
Yep. Honestly, that's what undid Sashi, is that the quarterbacks that he passed on or traded out of immediately came, like Carson Wentz immediately came in and looked good, right? Deshaun Watson immediately came in and looked good. And like you were talking about that before, like the objective of tanking is a lot easier than the actual reality of tanking. And it just gets so bad in the middle of it that you got to have a lot of fortitude. Jimmy Haslam just did not. Like, once those quarterbacks started producing, Sashi was cooked.
Because winning covers everything and it cures all. So when you're not winning, everything's exposed and everything looks like the worst move ever because there's nothing to balance it out with.
Right.
Well, somehow Johnny Newton is still on the board as we head into day 2. Keon Coleman's still on the board as we head into day 2. A lot of Kingsley Suamataia is still on the board. A lot of players I like falling great for the Browns.
Adrian Cooper.
So out of those, Kansas City, San Francisco, and Carolina took. So there were 3 wide receivers in that final 5.
Yep. There was 3 in the final 5. That's a good run right there.
Yeah. Yes, it is. They'll probably continue early. Like, New England's at 34, right? I'd be shocked if they didn't take a wide receiver. They have to.
I wouldn't. We talked about it just now. I'm telling you, you can have Brandon Ayuk. Give me that pick.
Yeah. That's fair.
Those first 2 picks of the next round, I'm looking at these guys that want trades. Those picks look pretty good because of the young receivers that are on board. And if you're going to lose your guy anyway, toss him over here. I'll give you this. Throw you like something else in the 6 or something, and
right.
Okay.
Benjamin Solak says, from what I've been told, the Niners have been on the phone all night up until and through their pick at 31, exploring trades for both Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. Considering the Ricky Pearsall pick, I'd imagine they're not done exploring those trades. Okay.
I'd give you
you want 54? You want 54?
We want 54, Jack Conklin and Greg Newsome.
Yeah.
I'll do it right now.
Guys, so many of you have stuck around with us for over 4 hours. We're sleep deprived. We love you guys. Thanks for everybody joining us along. We'll be back here again for night 2 tomorrow, probably closer to kickoff because But any parting words, gentlemen?
think the draft board fell in a good way for the Browns. And it's a long way to this second round pick. I am just thankful that this is the final year we're going to have to wait this long.
I just want to thank you, pancake eating motherfuckers, for sticking around.
Hell yeah.
It was a fun night. You know, we didn't have a pick. We got to see some chaos.
Yeah. Yes, we did.
See some teams get better, some teams get worse, you know.
All right. This has been a draft show. I bit my tongue. This has been a draft show of the Barking Brown Show. I'm Nick. He's Jacob. That's Casey. Go Browns.
Don't glue your balls to your butthole.